And welcome back once again, homies. This is some more Valorant and Smash Bros. action. I'm Ravish Gravis, most Ravish to be out of the internet. And joined here today with me is Captain Ahsoka. What's up with you, Cap?
Not much, just enjoying the day as we have a lot on our plate. First, of course, we're going to be seeing some of the best high school competitors go head-to-head in several games today. But of course, we're going to be covering Valorant and maybe a little bit of Smash later on. And I'm looking to get into all of it.
Yeah, sir. Now, with that being said, why don't we just go ahead and dive right into the things that we'll be seeing to start off the top of the hour? That's going to be the Valorant match between two very, very solid schools, being Virtual and Butler. Now, Virtual and Butler have played each other in the previous season as well. Both these guys are super duper solid, right? With both rosters on each side. Virtual of Cager, Jewel, Rogue, Sus Imposter, and Gladiator. We got on Butler, Cap.
Let's see, if we're looking at Butler right now, leading things off is going to be Rams, followed up by Lil Monk in the third place spot. We're going to have Can't Teach, followed by Saturn, and last but not least, it is Mup Kipo to follow out and end up that roster.
Yep, that's why I gave you that one, because I was like, I'll let you have a shot at her first, because I wasn't too sure. So, shout out to you, Cap. Thank you for taking that blow for me. But yeah, exactly like you're saying, both these schools should be super solid, like you're saying. I believe we also do have some stats from the previous Butler players as well, who did play the previous season, right? Because if we look a bit backwards, we got the MVP of the day, which was Rams. He dropped a cool 36 in a game, which, I mean, that's not too bad.
Oh, absolutely not. And you got to keep in mind is that, I'm looking at the caricature here. I can only assume that they play Raze. I'm hoping they're a Raze main and a duelist. And Raze becoming more and more in line with the meta for duelists, being able to have that extra verticality, being able to get up and over obstacles, and of course, the showstopper, making this duelist a high threat in most modern Valorant matches.
That's right. Now, quickly moving on to a second match of the day, we're going to have Mallard Cleek versus Hopewell as well. Between the two, the roster that you got right in front of yourself, J Gamer Power, Bloomy, Kisaragi, and Zekrom are up against for the Titans, going up against the Hopewell Titans of Gray, Reaver, Goose, Bochi Bochi, and Carly to run through all that, as I believe our first match of the day is about ready to go. So let's hop into that in a couple of seconds as well.
And you know what? I can't wait to get this one underway just because, look, it's the start of the season. All of these teams 0-0 on the win-loss column, which means they have the opportunity now to set themselves up with a good foot forward for week one here in season one. So really, they're going to set the tone for what could be the remainder of the season by getting an early victory here on their first game of the CMS Esports League.
Remember, all these games are, of course, best of ones, so we'll be running through those and actually as you go throughout the entire day with all of the colleges that we have, as Smash being BO3s. Aside from that, we're going up onto Haven for our first game of the day. And so for the comps, look, I would say in terms of the hovers, pretty okay. I would say the KO is a traverse from what we're usually used to in terms of initiator options, but otherwise Virtual High School has themselves logged in.
Now, you see, this is really interesting to me just because, you know, again, we're looking at the compositions here. And, of course, our one map that we're playing on is Haven. Again, this is one of those default maps that everyone should have experience on. But meanwhile, take a look at the composition. You have a double duelist composition coming from Butler. Meanwhile, you're looking at Virtual High School, and it looks as though that they are going to stick with the meta that is the double initiator, which I personally think is a good idea, especially going on Haven. I think Breach is very viable on Haven. And whereas, you know, more often than not, you see a Sova on Haven, they're also going to bring a Sky. Sky is going to replace their Sage in this instance because Sky has that additional heal. And then, of course, they're bringing KJ as their Sentinel pick, which is going to lock down an entire site by their lonesome. So if we're looking at composition v composition, I would have to side with Virtual High School based on their selections.
Yeah, a bit more meta for themselves, right? But especially with the Brimstone pick too, I think that's a bit of a traverse for what we're usually used to. You know, more often than not, it is the opener for your solo smoker. So along with a small note as well being that we also do have a smash going on between these two teams as well currently right now. So we'll see how things do manage to shape out. But I feel as though, you know, Virtual is having a great start currently.
Oh, yeah, Butler won the first round, you know, of Smash against Virtual. So, yeah. I mean, so far, I mean, Butler leading the way a little bit when it comes to these teams going head-to-head. But guess what? This right here, this is Valorant. We'll get to Smash, and we'll cover that, and we'll see if Butler can hold their own in Valorant just as well as their team can handle themselves in Smash.
Right. We'll be waiting on that until that does end up going on, though. By the way, as looking at the Greninja versus Kirby going on towards us at the side, I feel like Kirby's like fun to play, but there's so many complications where you can just do a ton, but I know a lot. Everything I want to do in my heart is just down B, man. It's so free. There's so much damage.
Yeah, and you see, you just saw like the one element of Kirby that kind of just makes them a little bit lackluster is that they are so squishy. I mean, look at them. They literally look like silly putty pudding. They are one of the squishiest, softest characters in the game. And the thing with Greninja is that you cannot let them take you off map. If they take you off map, Greninja, more often than not, will come away with an elimination. And look, as I say it, another forward smash off of the water shuriken is going to get them the game. Their Greninja off map is OP.
Yeah, Greninja, who knows, pretty good. Also, I realized my bad. Hey, congratulations. But did you also know that his scarf is his tongue? I didn't know that.
Oh,
that's
yes.
Weird.
Hey, it's a little weird, but, you know, it gets the job done. I mean, I wish my tongue could keep my neck warm more often than not, but, you know, I'm not built like that. Greninja is, and it looks as though we're going to head right back into this next matchup. Of course, it was a Mucky Po able to come away with that first dub, and now they're looking to get a follow-up here. And already you can see things heading towards center platform. Now this is actually going to be harder for Kirby because this map in particular is a little bit smaller. You do have those extra platforms up top, but there's still so much less room for Kirby to really take advantage of that stage.
Yeah, From what I know and see, SSBU and Kirby in general, he's doing a lot of high frame, like high damage type moves. But what is essentially is ending up happening is like Makibo's naturally is using his faster movement to be able to just get way more hits. So currently, it's a bit of a weird state to be in if you are the actual Greninja, because I mean, all you gotta do is wait for further down B, and then you're good to land like 10 hits.
I was curious for a moment. I'm wondering, where did Kirby go? And they finally were able to smash right back down to surface. But yeah, and you know, with Greninja going up against his Kirby, you know, it's kind of like almost a back and forth here, just because Kirby's recovery is so good and Greninja likes to go off stage, but you don't need to go off stage when you come through with a forward smash like that. That is going to be the first stock gone from SSBU.
Makibo, I think, is gonna wait on the ground for SSBU to just calm down, because they could run down to 5 minutes and he will still eventually win. And with those sort of, with that just the timeline presented, I think they're probably gonna fight a bit more. As I'm a lion, Bonnie, we'll leave the ground and go a little bit above in big battlefield. Well,
yeah, this is another thing you really have to worry about with Greninja, being able to hit those up A's and, you know, again, just juggling their opponent all the way up and trying to just edge them off of the map. They are just so good at working in the air that is where they get the majority of their damage in. And once again, you can see that this Greninja has already begun to lap Kirby in terms of damage.
Yeah, it's a little bit soft. Like, Kirby is getting a little bit of damage down, but also nice stock. But also just going like so far up in the air too is also not helping the Kirby at all, because they're taking a couple extra percentage for seemingly just unneeded purposes. But either way, safe recovery. You want to make sure that you're just not just falling into Greninja's hand over and over again. But that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of ironic, being that Greninja is so deadly off-map, but yet their recovery is terrible. Meanwhile, Kirby able to get the first stock off of this Greninja, and already, wasting no time, Makibo already back to work to get the final stock elimination and the game.
Yep, one after the next we went, my friend. And it was just a constant juggle between the two of them. But either way, we'll see what goes on, as I believe we did have just a small little oopsie. In the,
small little oopsie daisy.
Yeah, so you know, we'll be gonna cut that back to Valorant as soon as we can. I wonder if SSBU this time just w's over and over. Yes, they will. Okay, cool. Consider.
Now, you see, I have a question. Considering that, you know, we're looking at Makibo right now, and their Greninja is red. Is that technically a shiny Greninja? Is that a shiny Pokemon?
I would say so, yeah. That, according to Pokemon lore, that's what makes the most sense to me. I've never caught a shiny, so I couldn't give you first-hand experience, though.
I've only caught one shiny ever, and it was the Gimme Shiny, the red Gyarados, I believe, in Soul Silver.
Ah, nice. I did not know how to access my Wi-Fi. So I could not get that. I did not know the Wi-Fi password, so I couldn't get the rest of Gyarados, which I'm very sad about. But it's okay.
Now, you see, the more that we're going into this matchup, and again, we're seeing this Greninja really pop off against Kirby, especially with those up airs, really delivering a lot of damage. It makes you wonder what would be the good counter to Greninja. And honestly, when I'm thinking about countering Greninja, I like zoners. I like characters that have a little bit range to them. So initially, I'm thinking sword users. What are your thoughts right now? What would be a good counter to this Greninja? I
immediately thought Byleth. Byleth is so good. Like, ridiculously so. And plus, if you get that tip of that spear, then the Greninja's dunzo bunzo. Nothing more happened to that.
And you see, that's also a danger because Byleth's recovery is so nice. Being able to use the chain whip and being able to get back to platform so quickly. And, you know, it's so funny because even when I'm asking the question, I'm thinking to myself, Byleth, Byleth, Byleth. And then, boom, you hit the nail on the head. Perfection. So, yeah, absolutely. That would be the Achilles heel to this Greninja. But, unfortunately, SSBU is going to be sticking with the Kirby pick. And it seems as though they are getting juggled yet again.
Yeah, it just keeps happening, man. It's so unfortunate. I think that actually would have killed if they had to manage to land the actual up air. But either way, should just not be too much longer now. I'll keep on charging it up. Oh, almost had the hit. I would have been able to just let the game become a 3-0 within their favor. Was maybe actually some offstage action, but Namakino recovers beautifully, and this should just almost be the game with one more up air. Doesn't get it. Okay.
And you see, it's tough when you're Kirby and you're trying to recover because, again, Kirby has good recovery. But it's when you have a decision. Do you go up and above the stage and just take the up air, or do you just try and go back to platform and just face a water shuriken? There's really not a good way to go, and we just saw that with that final blow coming from the side of Butler as they have secured their first win in Smash.
That is immediately correct, my friend. As it was with that, we'll be actually heading on over to see Hopewell versus Mallard Creek to get into our day, and hopefully we manage to check back on the other one as we go throughout the day, as I believe we should. Nonetheless, comps a little bit different this time. We have Viper on Haven, uncommon, a little bit unorthodox, but also quite good.
Yeah, I mean, I could see this going quite a few ways. It is not the meta, and, you know, honestly, I'm a huge Viper fan. Viper is actually one of my favorite agents, so, you know, and ironically enough, Icebox is actually my favorite map because that's where Viper is most viable. So I love it anytime I get to see a Viper come out, but Haven is going to be a little tricky because Viper, I don't think, has that abundance of control to really, you know, watch 3 different sites. Meanwhile, I'm looking at these Sentinels here. You got the Sage coming from Hopewell, and you're also having the Cypher from Mallard Creek, and with the recent buffs made to Cypher, I think they're going to do well here on Haven, being that they can observe and control a lot more than, let's say, maybe a Sage could. So, without further ado, let's get round 1 underway and see how these compositions match up.
Yeah, 5-stack around C2 with 3 people holding as of right now for the side of Hopewell. Need to clear out one at the back. The Hot manages to catch info on 3 of them, but Call immediately taken down. Nice trade by Goose, but the rest of Hopewell should be cleared out. And yeah, the peek out from Goose does not net any more than just 1. Be 4v2 on the site. It might be 4v1. And yeah.
Yep, and now time continuing to tick away on the spike. Neo really doesn't have much to go with here. I mean, you could try and get an exit frag, but it's not going to do you no good. Power will come through to get that final elimination and the first round in the favor of Mallard Creek.
Yep, it was a pretty clear exit, I must say. You know, because he's just walking into site 2, is rushing by C, and usually on pistol strats, like rush strats is what's preferred, should have been fine. And on their bonus, we'll see what Mallard decides to do. It is Spectres across the board, and it's centering around C once again. The same strat could just work, where they go ahead, they knife box, and they walk in with a flash.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a full save. That's what I would hope to see from Hopewell, no pun intended, but maybe a little, is just to not even, you know, try and compete with this one. I mean, if you can get a frag, by all means go for it, but I would not spend any extra monies or credits trying to get some early pick that simply might not happen.
No. Because, like I was saying, realistically, this is going to be about, you get 1 maybe, return out the gun, but yeah, it's the exact same strat. You get the hot, you get the knife, and Moo, they managed to get more on the pistol at least, so a little bit over aggressive, but because the C's, that means the Viper's 1 hit, and once again, a 2-0 start as was expected.
Oh yeah, we're just going right along the script here. You know, you win the first round, you win pistols, chances are you're going to win the second, but this is where the difference is made, and this is where the tone of the match can really be set here. It's the bonus round, the rifles. But with that being said, Hopewell actually did a really good job during pistols to at least pick up 2 eliminations, because those are now 2 full buys Mallard Creek has to make up here in round 3.
Mm-hmm. That should be quite nice. They only got the pistol on 1, still got by the light shields and the specters here as well. So not going to be great against the Vandals. A couple body shots and suddenly you're donezo. But Atali instead peeks out. The full wall though is all across that A and B side, which is why Viper is just so powerful. The ability to control the chokes like this, right, and how you can pretty much like cover 2 sites is truly a wonder. Nonetheless, we have the drone out, catches so much information. But other danger is going to be, does Goose get targeted? It should know he's dead. He peeks out, gets 1. Neo dies on the actual Molly instead. As it continues to evolve into insanity. But Goose will clean up.
Yep, and that was a huge round for Hopewell, and honestly one that they needed to win. And again, this usually goes along with the trend that we're used to seeing in Valorant. You know, unfortunately for Mallard Creek, you know, they were coming in with the Spectres. You know, they were saving up for this round. So now it should be a full buy, but again, it looks as though Hopewell doesn't have that much change to rely on. As you can see, they're still trying to be a little decisive on how they spend their credits.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to try to play things close to the chest, especially if you do manage to lose a couple. You know things aren't gonna be that great for you. We'll see if that does make an impact in this game, though, as the two people who don't have the greatest buys are currently on the sites that is not being targeted. A similar strat once again that we see in both round 1 and 2 from Mallard Creek, but this time they cannot just rush in past the smoke.
Oh, absolutely not. Although I would love to see them try. That would be fun for me, but it might not be too fun for Mallard Creek. So they're going to go full rotation. And look at this. You can see the Sage from Hopewell already ice walling off Garage. That is huge because that is going to block any type of rebuttal going towards C. And now Bloomy is making their way onto the A site.
Pushes up the nade, catches one with the haunt, but I don't believe they actually managed to catch a pick with that either. Just a little bit of space, waiting for Naftali to peek out, and that's a nice start, but a good trade once again by Goose. As River catches all the information because of the haunts. This Pike will go down, but will they survive on the side is the question. They see River up top, a nice wall bang, but it is Mallard's round to win currently.
It most certainly is, and you know, they do have the advantage here, 3v2 in this scenario. The Spike continuing to tick away, and a good peek by Kali to get that elimination, but look at this lurker there, the Cypher, with all eyes on the Spike.
Kali as well too, hoping to perhaps get the defuse. They have the double peek, but he didn't actually peek out. Kisaragi repositions. A smart one at that, hassles the delay, but I think Kali's read the situation. Nice peek, and oh, just barely catches it.
Hey, you know, Kali definitely was popping off there, almost came in clutch, but I hate to tell you, you know what they say in the Valorant community, pros don't fake.
I mean, I feel like, more often than not, it has actually changed to that even commenters don't fake anymore. I don't know about you, Cap, I'm not faking, I'm sticking it. Every time. It's so much easier.
I'm going to tell you right now from experience in many different esports, you got to believe the memes. Believe the memes.
All right. Then I will believe them for now, but not for too much longer. Unless a different push coming out this time. A long pacify for Walde will have to go to Naftali. Fortunately, no more snake bites this time. Then all command. It's gonna render them useless, but they have not made their way onto the site just yet either. Flash goes deep, but now they have A.
Yeah, that they do, and this is why Astra is actually like so much fun. Notice that Astra is, you know, every time there's a new season, Astra just makes a resurgence out of nowhere. It's because they're a comfort controller, and they can cover so much ground. Again, look how much control they were able to get over the A site, and now, just as quickly, the Spike is already down.
I thought Nightfall was gonna come out, but the C's locked in. Neo gets taken down. But a lot of damage being put out to all of the members of Mallard Creek. Currently, they're gonna have to just look to this upside and delay at this point. It's 3v4. Remember, this is the gun round for Mallard, but they might actually look to lose this. Hopewell rushes into the site, plays a retake on a save, and gets it.
And you see, this is the thing about Haven. Haven is a retake map. It was so long that, you know, people thought, oh, Haven is an offensive-sided map. There's 3 plant sites, more options for the offense. But no, when you look at the win percentage, it's actually sided on the defense because players started to begin to learn that Haven is all about the retakes. You don't have to use all your resources in stopping that initial attack. You can actually give up site, allow them to plant, and then play solely for retake.
And now the attackers, Mallard Creek, are actually on a full save. Well, you know, there's a bit of a broken bio, at least for Kisaragi, but nonetheless, we'll see how they look to change things up. This time, they have shown us a different face in quite a few of these rounds, and for the first time, they do end up going towards B. It's a center round, but that wall break won't do much for you, as there is still one center right outside of the door. So they look to pivot and go around C once again to prod for the info. Nothing found, though.
Big difference here for Mallard Creek is that they actually did away with the ice wall, which is going to imply that they might try and go for a garage push. But again, it's going to be tricky being that it's so narrow of a corridor and you only have classics in hand. So I'll wish them all the best, but it looks like the spike may be heading towards that B site.
Indeed it is. There's a molly that goes out and the nades to cover both entrances onto the B site, so they get a couple seconds to delay. And they even get time to reset here as well. So hopefully playing things a little more careful, even with a gun advantage as they rush in. Oh, unfortunately, the Vader Util could not catch them out in time. With 3v5, nice long shot by J Gamer. Second to go wide. Goose barely staying alive here too. But the question has to be, can Mallard once again miss issue where they can continue to delay? Power's up close, want to do something, but they're just sticking it. And they won't need to worry about any more people either.
Nope, that was a great stick. But at the same time, you know, it was a good save round coming from Mallard Creek simply because they were able to plant spike. You know, they got that additional monies. You know, it's better just to get the spike down and get that bonus cred than to, you know, just go out fragging. So again, not a fully lost round for Mallard.
No, yeah. They managed to at least, you know, get a couple guns back. So it's not too bad, but at least with this, they did have a better room to at least space out between where they were at in terms of their lead. It is still 3-3, and we're back to full buys once again. To be noted, though, there's been an Ashes Wall available on Hopewell, along with a Nightfall. Still available on Mallard Creek, which should be huge.
That it should, and now you can see the boombot going out along with the concealment coming from this Astra. But look at this, the Viper's Pit going down on A. That is a big call coming from the defense here, as this honestly should make the rotation all but inevitable. And there they are. Here they go. They are running back towards their spawn.
Yeah, Sage is watching that here too. Easy transfer for Reaver. Taking 3 immediately, but we'll have to give away the gun naturally. It's still, you know, a little bit of time. You have 2 members of Mallard Creek. They got rushing on C, but do they check the corners this time is the actual question, as Caleb is there ready and waiting for them to walk in and plant. C is 1. There we go. The second transfer not found. But they have 40 seconds, so Kisaragi could do this. That's 2. That could be the game-saving play. Smoke dissipates. Running out of time. One more, can't find it.
Hey, at least they went out like a champ. You know, they took some frags with them on the way, got a little extra monies, and also made it worth their while. But with that being said, you know, I'm watching the take there, and I got to tell you, that was a huge play coming from Reaver, again with the Sage, which is why I think Battle Sage is becoming more and more of a thing. We got to see a glimpse of it in a trailer, and, you know, we haven't forgotten it since. Battle Sage definitely winning the hearts and minds of a lot of Valorant players these days.
Mm-hmm. It was a timeout there on Hopewell's side as let's peek back onto Butler and Virtual High School, where they're now also entering their 4th and 5th rounds right around the time that we're at here too. So what goes on, I believe that they just see Virtual take the round here as well. Both sides also have pretty even economy in terms of the options they currently hold. Unfortunately, Eagle Rogue doesn't have much available, but the attacking Judge could be fun.
Oh, you can always have fun with the Judge. And you know why? That's why I like Eco Round so much, is because we actually get to see some more diverse weaponry here. And honestly, I like to get nutty with the Bucky as well, but the Judge is even more fun. So as we get ready to get this round number 5 underway, Virtual High School still looking pretty good, even though they're on technically an Eco Round.
They're centered around the C side, one in the corner, Emma found up top, nice concuss as well. Emotes take none there. A site gets cleared out. They have C. All they gotta do is plant, but they're the spike in hand. And the Reyna can't stop them. Then it might be a free plant. Judge for 1. Eagle Road now found, but he is now. Look at this. But he's centered around so many different people. That much is not gonna happen. Virtual High School is getting stuffed right at the entrances.
Oh, and you gotta love that Hunter's Fury coming from Lil Monk, just to kind of clear the space. It's not gonna be a guarantee as Gladiator AI comes through with the 3-piece.
That was cool, right? Naturally, you think there's no shot you can actually look to transfer the Vandal, but stranger things have happened. Hopewell, after their timeouts, now Lace managed to get around for themselves to continue the streak.
Now you see, I can't help but just again take notice of this RGB switchblade that J Gamer has, and again, you know, we're gamers. Everything we have has to be RGB, right? You know, the mouses, the keyboards, the headsets, even my microphone. That's sad. My microphone is RGB actually, and you know what? You know what? Might as well match colors with the switchblade too.
As you should, my friend. That butterfly is quite clean, and I know many people do love it. Which I'm not one of them personally, but hey, that's just me though. Nonetheless, we'll look for on the 4v4. Nightfall still available for Mallard Creek if they wanted to do something to just hold on for off site. These smoke setups, they're out in clear view, and Bubby manages to take one. But once again, if they have nothing to actually block the views of the rest of Hopewell, things will be all but over. The Nightfall does actually manage to come out. As Mallard Creek, once again, they got the delaying after delaying after delaying, and they're just looking to hold it. They end up winning it out. It was at a half, but it doesn't necessarily matter. What?
Yeah, that was a huge round coming from Mallard Creek, and honestly, that was the perfect execution of Nightfall. I'm not the biggest fan of seeing Fade on Haven, but I will say, Zekrom definitely making a case for it here. Not only were they able to secure that dub by making sure the spike detonated by using Nightfall, but look, they also have 6 assists on the board. They are contributing to a lot of these eliminations coming from the side of Mallard Creek.
Which is actually huge to see. You always want to make sure initiators are putting in the work. And as an initiator player, I know it's just you're hoping that maybe when your concussion does something, and maybe right now, and Naftali's hoping they get one. What a shot! Just close pixel angle. Might be able to get another. Power does not check their corners and does not flash this.
That was one of the nastiest shots I've seen in Valorant in a little bit. I'm not going to say it's the nastiest shot ever, but that one had some stank on it. Oh, my word. And again, getting that initial pick early is just going to give Hopewell not only a little bit of momentum, but an early advantage here as they full in know that this spike is over there towards sewers.
Just the initial just will hold off Mallard Creek, center around the exact same place. And looking to fake, and honestly, it does work out. That's just holding strong, the complete cut noise. And now, slow crawl into the site. Does Neo see them? Yeah, they get found. He even gets one first troubles. A huge start off at Mallard Creek. Once again, playing on the defensive. They have to find more ways to clear out the site, but they're stuck behind the wall. They have 30 seconds here. Rotation will be the best option.
Yeah, and now they really don't have a choice because that snakebite is down now. And not only that, but you're about to have the Astronade as well. So you really don't have a choice. And honestly, you know, we were talking about the viability of Viper on Haven. I think we just saw it because Astra was anchoring over towards the A site. They were able to get an early pick, and it was the Viper wall that saved them from the crossfire.
Right, because that way you don't have to necessarily be at one site at once. You just cover so much real estate that it doesn't necessarily matter where you end up going. But the wall across A and B is nice. Says, oh, well, runs of the time. Mallard Creek, though, you know, does get to save their guns at least.
Yep, that they do. And now you're looking at the purchasing power here, and it is a full buy coming from Hopewell as they are looking pretty stacked. Although you're looking at Reaver, who we saw getting a fantastic 3K earlier, is now just going to hold on to the Spectre. That is interesting to me, given that they should have enough economy, especially with their teammates, to get them a full buy to get a rifle. But, oh, if you can get the job done with the Spectre, then I say, hey, go Battle Sage all day.
Big fan of that. I remember back in seasons 2 and such, there was a person called Shotgun Sage. Used to only play Bucky, and they're quite good back when the Bucky was quite OP. And I believe they made it all the way to Immortal just doing that, which is what a time to be alive. Nonetheless, nothing found. See sights the take, but they got to go past the smoke first.
And you know what's going to make that even more difficult? How about a nice ice walk for you? You know, and it's so funny because Haven, again, is such a good map for playing retakes, but Hopewell, they don't even need to implicate the retake. They are just stopping the aggression there in its tracks before they can even get on site. Mallard Creek having a real difficult time taking these sites now.
The hunt was a little bit shallow, so it doesn't catch any of the close corners here, but the molly was nice to clear out Kali. He's held that position before, so getting punished there is tough, but it does lead Hopewell to only rotate once again over towards the site. And Mallard Creek will properly respond by moving their efforts over to the B side instead. All command to go on to B. Res barely does come out to 5v5 once again.
Yeah, and you know, this B site is probably the hardest to maintain on Haven. Already you're seeing the trades being made. It's going to be a full util dump. That's how B typically goes. You're going to see the Prowlers, the Doggos, the Flashes, the Nades, and everything in between. As again, all of these eliminations are going the way of Hopewell, as they are now playing a full retake of that B site, and only J Gamer remains.
J Gamer still on the outside. Maybe looking to get one peek. There we go as the wall goes up. It's clean, but the spam from the rest of the 3 members will unfortunately spell his demise. Hopewell having a clear run of things right now. Going up 6, almost 5 rounds in a row.
And you see this, I'm actually taking notes right now because, again, Viper, one of my favorite agents, being able to use that wall to cover sites A and B simultaneously, I'm taking notes because I was actually talking to one of our producers, Megan Death, before we got into Valorant today, and we were talking about Harbor becoming more viable. So now I'm thinking that I can use that Harbor wall to extend between sites A and B as well, much like Viper's.
But here's the thing, though, is that the Viper wall is consistent and constantly regenerated, right? So you know what areas you're covering at all times. The Harbor wall is cool, but how long is it lasting, though, Cam, right? It's just, you maybe got a couple good seconds with that, but you're also then giving away exactly where you're looking to go as well.
This is also true. And again, this is just me trying to make Harbor more viable because I like Harbor.
Yeah.
So I'll admit my bias. I'll admit it. But still, I feel like we could look to other agents to, you know, come up with better tactics for, you know, the agents that we want to see rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. I personally am as well a Harbor stand. That's my Indian brother right there. So I'm a big fan of his, and plus he does have a lot of cool abilities, and plus then just seeing him, you know, pop into viability has been fun, especially on maps like Pearl and such. Nonetheless, though, I believe the timeout is all but over, so we'll look to head back into the game of Hopewell and Mallard Creek.
Absolutely, but I got to touch on that dropkick Bowser did on Cloud. That was huge. Again, you got the big tanky heavy going up against the swordsmith. Well, not really a swordsmith, but the swordsman of Cloud. And, you know, that's typically how I expected to go. And a lot of people were dissing Bowser, saying that, oh, DK is going to be the new meta heavy. And I'm sitting here like, nah, it's Bowser. It is the King Koopa.
Let's go. Honest Fury puts out of the choke. Bloomy to get caught, but I believe there's one more tag. And actually take it as well. But nothing else necessarily garnered between Hopewell and Mallard. They're centered on A again. This the sort of crunch that they have around sewers is we've seen pretty commonly for when they're almost unsure, and especially after the first pick does happen, and they'll instead rotate a lot earlier this time.
Well, let's see what they can do. Meanwhile, Power, of course, going to throw out an early flash. That's one less util now that Hopewell has to worry about, as it looks as though they're going to try and take Spike towards the garage. Meanwhile, you do have KO and Cypher over towards C Long, and Goose watching garage very closely as that dagger does go out, doesn't pick anyone up, and now going out from the side here, looking to get the head click. Coley not able to connect and will be gunned down.
Unfortunate for Coley, had so many different options, but one needed as the rest of his teammates once again out of there to cover his back. At least J Gamer by himself to as Spectre. I don't know if you want to save this, and I don't think you do here, Jay. So yeah, he'll just walk in and unfortunately get taken out.
Well, that's what happens during a save round. Again, you know, you saw a lot of Ghosts, you saw a Spectre, and you know, they didn't really have a lot of purchasing power. So this is going to be a must-win round coming from Mallard Creek if they want to go into the second half with a little weight behind them. As you can see, it is, in fact, going to be a full-by-full rifle round from both sides. And honestly, this is the way you want to end the first half.
Yeah, ideally looking to set up what is the most deceiving half in the game. What that is, I won't explain just yet unless it does happen, and we're not there right now. Nonetheless, well, towards Hopewell, same defensive structure we've had previously, right? The same exact wall outside of B here near garage, and I believe it was the dart to actually catch one. Let's walk in. Naftali can now find the first pick initially, so we'll give away the space and wait for them to walk in.
Yeah, a lot of smokes right now over towards A main. And, you know, the thing about A is that it's so hard to plan on, but it's just as hard to retake. So I can understand why you want to put your focus there. But meanwhile, you have that Viper's Pit coming from the side of the defense. And that's the second time they chose to plant it there. So hopefully it will
Ooh.
pay off, but they get rid of the Viper and the Pit.
That is huge there as well. The blind fire into the corner, just guessing where it was. Astral Wall goes up right on time, so nobody else caught. So they have to peek to the Astral Wall. I would think they would have just left them plant, but I guess not. Nightfall also available. It gives a lot of information as to where the rest of Mallow Creek are, and it's 40 seconds. Big haunts, but they have to win the gunfights now is the biggest question. And Mallow Creek are running more and more out of time. It was such a good start.
30 seconds left.
But Agi left. Don't get the 1v1. Don't do it. Peeks out. That's one. A second. Not taken.
That would have been huge for Kisaragi. I mean, that was a huge round in general just because they were able to throw down the Cosmic Divide, and it came in so clutch and honestly could have given them the space that they needed in order to get the spike down on A, but unfortunately, Mallard Creek were just able to answer back and honestly just move completely through the Cosmic Divide. But I gotta pay attention real quick. Bowser just won that last matchup against Cloud, and Balanced has been restored to Smash Brothers. All is right as it should be.
Naturally. So I am too big fan of the decision. And as a big Bowser lover, I am very happy that we are once again facing and encountering more Bowsers in our game. But this time though, there is no king, but there is a pistol round present in front of us. Kisaragi just playing close corners, hoping to maybe catch one. The dart gets shot and he also gets found. So this becomes that much tougher as they're forced to push through, hoping to maybe get one. But see, Sight not actually encroached upon. They'll back up.
Yeah, and I don't blame them whatsoever. Again, they know from experience just how well they were able to funnel that C long and deal so much damage. Hopewell knows full and well when to back off. And now since they were able to get at least one pick, they're going to try and see if they can find another.
Slow crawl over, and one found from Bloomy. I pass the window, second to be taken. Nice trades by Hopewell, as they now have firmly planted themselves in a position where they can go to any site they want. All you gotta do is move a bit quicker. At 40 seconds, and C site will be the choice.
And yeah, I don't blame them again. You know, they could do their initial plan, which was going to be the full send over towards C. And then again, they were able to get the early pick and then back off. But now that they have the player count advantage for V2, they can full send and successfully put the spike down.
I was hoping that orb would go down C link, but unfortunately not in that it may necessarily affect a ton. But what it does at least do is it gives Mallow Creek just one. At 3v1, I don't know, Jay. What can you do here? It's two with one playing off on site and two off. So the one on site is all they need.
And honestly, Yeah, not only that, but Sai was able to get away. It wasn't even a trade. They got a two-piece, an assist, and still was able to live the fight another day. So that was actually a fantastic little rat spot coming from that Cypher, who, for all intents and purposes, probably could have been eliminated.
Ideally, yes. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess our bank trade didn't work out. Either way, we'll see what we can do right now with 2. And just 1. It seems, fortunately now for Mallard Creek, they won the gun round once again. Have found themselves just a little bit of room.
Well, let's see what they can do with a little bit of room, because they're going to have to do a lot. It's a 1v4 site take here. As already you can see the Fade is able to, kind of predict where the remaining Sova is, and J Gamer with Blank does get the final elimination, and J Gamer had a fantastic round.
Yeah, holding down Garage, and I don't think Hopewell will be running back that strat anytime soon. But what matters currently is that they also not have guns in their hands, so I'm feeling a bit more confident about just doing a full site exec. Currently centered around A. So it would be a bit of a traverse from what we've seen previously, and there are currently 2 people holding down by area well. And we know how fast Malky does rotate, so we'll see how to walk into the site.
It looks like all of their interest is going to be over toward, as you can see, the Viper wall does go out, and Naftali already making their way towards A main. Going to try and get a peek here, but not going to be able to come away with much. Out goes the Prowler. They didn't check the corner, and that is just going to be another cheeky spot for Miller to try and take advantage of.
Slower was traded, while he goes a bit wide, but currently they just stopped it with the C's, and that should just be it. A lot of neutral throughout, nothing necessarily gained besides a bit of information. And now Bloomy, though, the right reposition at the exact right time, and with his first pick, well, backs off.
Oh, it's more than backing off. This is a full. They're running the opposite way, full send to the other side of the map. They know on A that they have simply been beaten. They are already down 1 play as they do manage to find their way onto the C site. They're really in opposition there, but they are running into all utility set by Mallard.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned. Right, 1 by 1, and then after the next one is finally found as they manage to take 2. But they have no real cover for themselves besides just a small bit of the entrance and a gap where there is the wall. And currently, they can't get pinched here. Blooming managed at 1. Astra is coming all the way around, but Ghost wins the fight, and it just leaves Kisaragi.
I mean, if there was going to be 1 play left alive from Mallard Creek, you would hope it would be Kisaragi, because they have come in clutch so many times. They always usually come through with a couple of F frags on their way out, but this is going to be a retake here. It is 3v1. That Sova is literally 1 shot. So, I mean, if they can get 1 lucky shot in, it's possible. It's just not very probable.
Yeah, and now especially with the smoke and outside the snake fight there, not much more is going to happen against Rocky forced on the open. I leave Hopewell on away from points and taking the 1.
Absolutely, and now if you're looking right there, you can see Cloud actually 1 stock advantage over the Bowser, so they're home back as well. Again, keeping on with our Super Brothers event that we as well, and we're seeing a huge rebuttal come out onto that Bowser. But as we get ready to head round number 17 here on even between Hopewell and Mallard Creek, it is going to be a full round coming from Hopewell. Should put them on that point. Mallard Creek, however, is with somewhat of a half bot.
Yeah, that you could not look really currently, as is actually expected after the bye. They're gonna have to save up. Haunt manages to catch just 1 center around a main. This time, Bloomy choosing to play a position, maybe catching the spray if anything. Goes out and catches 4 people on site, but they have her first is the question. And Hopewell is still staying outside. That was a fake to just rush it to B. It's completely.
Yeah, you know it's intentionally left open too because B is just the easiest site to retake here on Haven. You have three different entryways, all of them exposed every single nook and cranny of this site. No surprise there, as we had said, that Haven is really made for defensive retake position. So Hopewell, going to try and get this spike down, as Mallard Creek are already into the two mains of that B site.
And split lineups all the way down by spot. You with the smoke there as well, but may not even do so. Just two taken by the side. Well, and two more on site, two on. They'll check the corners for Neo, and that should just be as Jay left alive all alone once again. The ult will not do you, my friend, but what it will tell you in how tough of a situation they are. Oof.
Yeah, it doesn't get more difficult than that. I mean, you're standing on of a snake bite side of a viper orb. You're just getting dealt damage, and you are literally just one, and then at the end of the day, that's all it took. Getting the spike, of course, I know where it is. It's in the orb. Shoot inside the orb, get the fight, and just like that, Hopewell is going to be on match point.
And after the next, right? Hopewell brought back from what was a tougher start as a broken bye from Mallard Creek. You got you got your frenzies. Not much more here. There's a big knife though. At least knocked them up a window, but it won't signify much as to where they could be going.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of options. I mean, when you're looking at a huge advantage, they can really go anywhere. I mean, we're able to successfully get B, which is the easier retake. So the fact they were able to stick that and stick it successfully, the game is pretty much all in their control. And then unfortunately for Mallard Creek, they're coming into this match point round with somewhat of the bargain bin of buy.
Yeah, they had an opportunity to ensure that Hopewell, we're slowed down, but Aries will only do so much as right now we're inside the pit. Hopewell and Mallard Creek looking to find out. Could maybe find if they can, but it's just so easy. It's all just wealth, and they're all literally lit up red with barely any buys there, and that'll be Hopewell taking the game.
Not only that, but they were able to win a match point in a flawless victory. Meanwhile, let's check in with Butler Virtual High School. Virtual High School had a somewhat of a lead. There was, I can't remember specifically, but there was at one point a 5-1 gap between these two teams. Now just two, with Virtual High School with a 2-round lead, and now the spike down on the A site for Butler.
The Empress can't teach, so that's paranoid. Nobody here at all. But an shot from Gladiator to catch the routes. Dissipates. Jewel to move. It's a 2v1. He's faking. They got Hunter's Fury. Looking to find the tag. Moves in closer. As Biscuit there for the cover.
Absolutely. And this is a point that I have been making in this new season of Valorant, and I'm going to continue to make it. It's that KJ is now the meta sentinel. After huge nerfs that we've seen to Chamber, and unfortunately no new buffs to any other sentinel, KJ is now the meta sentinel. They are the most diverse and the most viable on the most maps available, and the way that they take control of an entire site and hold it is just more than enough evidence that KJ has become the sentinel of Valorant. And note how both sides are both using that KJ. Meanwhile, it seems as though Butler were able to actually use KJ offensively, which is even more impressive.
As of right now, we'll look to terms of a 5v5 as it will be on. They got a lot of ultimates available as well. Actual, the Empress naturally that last time. They also the strike if they wanted to play off site is going to be what if they want to say. Outside of Butler, lockdown could be big.
Yeah, that it can. And, now that we're going to go into the rotation coming from the side of Bar, thinking of using that KJ ult. I thought they were going to drop it, but no. Instead, they're going to drop Eagle Rogue, who did manage to drop instead, and now all the trades going in Butler way.
To other side, like you say, locked out now. Virtual High School, solid start, but an ending they simply cannot close.
Yeah, but Butler able to at least, get yet another round to equalize, and we have ourselves a 10-10 tie game here at Haven. And this is exactly what we ask for when we look for some high-intense competitive Valorant. And honestly, we're on the way, seeing extra rounds here between the teams.
Yeah, it's a fun start between the two of them. Considering how much it managed to gap between these two teams. They also have from the shadows of the full side of Butler if they do lose the spike on Virtual High School. Has to look to close a round, but it just seems to have the momentum on their side.
Yep, that they do for the time being before one early pick can make a huge difference. Meanwhile, look at Virtual High School. They're not overextending. They're playing exactly how they should, and we have seen this in the previous series as well, that whenever the defense overextends themselves and they give a free pick, it usually goes awry. So I'm liking the discipline right now coming from Virtual High School.
A lot forward on the angles as I would expect, but as soon as the info was Gardner, right, all of them rush on over. As an outsider, C has managed to get one. He's walking the entire site as Eagle Imposter gets the trade. Really gets out with his life instead. Gladiator can be pushed, but nice patience. And the concuss here as well, alongside the lockdown, ensures that Butler cannot get the spike planted.
Honestly, I have no idea how Gladiator's still alive. Like, they have suffered so much damage, have gone through so many bullet sprees, and yet have managed to avoid them and still barely cling to life. What looks like a fraction, not even a fraction, a decimal of health gaining, and still manage to hold on strong as now they have to go for the take.
Gladiator is currently there. Eagle Rogue should be find and see where they want to link up. Going up on. Hey, the swing is going to be crucial. They got to find it. Oh, but Emo wins. And now 2v1 and then one's up heavy and one playing down long. And Butler continuing to rounds.
Yeah, and now this is a complete 3-round swing. When we came into this Virtual School, we're up 2 rounds over, but they have just been on an offensive tear since we jumped in here. And now, not only they have the full power of the look at the economy right now, completely one-sided in the favor of Butler. And if they're able to succeed and get this next round win, then they will, without, in my opinion, be able to take the entire game. But with that being said, Virtual High School, they should be around your saving and just play for match point.
Yeah, they definitely are, right? It is a bit of buy if anything, but they want to have some options, so they slow them down. And the double judge is definitely one that you can look to take. One by C, nice peek out by Eagle Rogue. No punishment here either. Slows down, but he peeks the same angle. Get a bit greedy, and unfortunately with that, that'll be all they get.
I mean, that's still not the worst case scenario. At least they were able to get the trade, 1 for 1. As long as you were able to get one elimination, then your death was for naught. They still managed to go down. And now you can see the full rotation underway here for Burr as they make their way over towards 8. Right, and Gladiator, once again, going to be a nuisance for Butler.
But I think Seekers, right? But there's just so many men who are actually there that they're rushing on the sea. And before the Seekers can even get Rams, he finds his leaving the arena by themselves, the Empress. And that's Eagle K. Can they win the 1v2 though? It's totally possible. Spike has not gone just yet. If they're being peak, playing bodyguard, what's one more? The Pika's there. Oh, and the dissipates and not get caught. But the Monk ready for them.
Yeah, that they were. And honestly, I thought that was going to be it. As soon as that imp got popped, I'm thinking this round is going to go to Virtual High School. That was a fantastic use of the ultimate there, especially when you have to come in clutch. But at the same time, on the side of Butler, they had ice in their veins. They stayed cool, calm, and collected and not back down to the threat of another ultimate being used. So now, as we head to match point, is going to be our final, well, what could be our final rifle round. But you are seeing full buys from both sides.
This is where Virtual has to look to make their stand. We did see the last week as well. They managed to win their BO1, I believe. So that was in the old show match that we were looking at the pre-game and then at the pre-rounds for what there might to expect once we head into the season. As right now, Butler's coming out a little bit stronger. Nice first shot by Gladiator.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we get a glimpse of some of our other Super Smash action, and we can see it's actually going to be the Inklet going against Dr. Mario. I can tell you that is a matchup I have not seen in quite some time, so that is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. But meanwhile, you can see the spike does get planted onto the C side for Butler, and now it's about the cleanup.
So 3v3, nice spray through the smoke. Rams takes 2. They just give him so many free picks. And that is it for our second BO1. As we made it through our first bits of the day here, my friend.
Oh, that we have, and it was a fantastic showing for sure. We got to see so many good matches, and we're just starting. We got to see 2 Valorant matches on Haven. We got to come and go between the Smash Brothers matches. We've got to see Greninja versus Kirby, and then we got to see Cloud versus Bowser, and then now even going on, we got Inkling going up against Dr. Mario. So much action being compacted into one show. I'm having an absolute field day.
I'm glad you are, my friend, as am I. But we'll cut it to a short break. When we come back, we'll have more Smash and Valorant action. See you. Welcome back here, homies. We got some more Smacks action for y'all with Ravish and Gravish and Captain X. So, we got some Mario and Inkling action.
Yeah, and it was actually funny because we were kind of tuning in, you know, in between sets here, and, you know, we're watching this matchup, and, you know, I'll be honest, I had a couple of hot takes, you know, while we were off stream. I'm sorry, I'm just not the biggest fan of Dr. Mario. I really do think that Inkling definitely has an advantage here, and I would just, you know, opt out of using Dr. Mario and just stick with default Mario.
But default Mario doesn't have the pills, Cap. What if I want to take my multivitamins, you know, get my high chews in, and I can't be doing all that. Nonetheless, though, it is a pretty good start so far for Inkling. The all ink has worn off, unfortunately, and Mario is kind of killing it.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. Let's see if they can continue on. Remember, we already did have one Inkling win for the side of Hope. Well,
that's true.
So let's see if Dead Killer is going to be able to keep this Dr. Mario hype alive. As once again we find ourselves towards the edge of the stage. And you know, this is the interesting thing about both of these characters, is that neither of them really perform well off stage. So it's going to be mostly center platform here.
Yeah, it's... it is continue to just get in between them. The stage control is a little bit weird, for sure, like exactly like you're mentioning, but it is enough for Psych to get just one. No, it is Hopewell on the Mario, and it is Creek on the Inkling. But the Hopewell has been doing pretty well so far. And I mean, I think you gotta give it up to the Mario, man. He's doing better than you thought.
No, don't get me wrong, game recognized game. I'm not going to say that Mario's not popping off this round. They most certainly are. But at the same time, I'm looking at Dr. Mario in an overall sense, you know, in a big, broader sense. Especially, you know, when you're looking at Supersonic Smash... Oh, Supersonic. When you're looking at Super Smash Bros. Competitive, you know, the pick rate for Dr. Mario isn't very high, and it's for specific reasons. I mean, right now we're seeing this Inkling really start to make a comeback, and that should be the elimination to put us back at one stock apiece.
But here's the thing, though, is that Psyche is at 71. Dr. Mario has killed from this position before, and he more than likely will again, yeah? Toss him off stage. All it's going to take is one good hit, and then it's Dunzo Bunzo again.
Well, this is true. Let's see if Dr. Mario can close things out. Dead Killer now finds himself having to dodge roll back and forth here away from that center stage. A Sick now gonna have to try and close the gap. They do, and they force Dr. Mario off stage. Great recovery, followed by that forward smash, and now Dr. Mario getting some pain on him.
Yeah, and this is not where you want to be because of those reasons. He DIs out of it, but can he survive is the question. Both of them only did one hit, and that's the one hit he got.
What you said? I thought you said something. I thought I heard something. Hold on. Dr. Mario was popping off, and then all of a sudden they popped right off the map. That's Inkling coming in, getting the win, and Dr. Mario unfortunately falls down and by the wayside. So that is a GG all around coming from Mallard Creek as they take their dub in Super Smash.
Yeah, that's my bad for going on a safe bet, thinking, no, surely he gets the final hits here, right? No, he doesn't. Unfortunately not. But well, look on to Valorant with West Charlotte versus Myers Park to get into our second stage of Valorant games today.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, this is where things are going to get nitty-gritty because we have seen 2 Valorant matches already, both of them on Haven. Now, we get to go to Ascent, and it has come down to some scrutiny because Ascent is the default. It is the 50-50 map, no advantage either way, and you say, oh, well, that's boring. No, competitive. This is where anything can happen. This is where you go to settle disputes. So I am all here for it as we get ready to watch West Charlotte take on Myers Park.
And we're on Ascent as well. You know, it is one of the classic maps for many a high school teams. So it's a safer. This our Haven is where you do tend to go. But a quick note is that West Charlotte all stacked up on A. There's 2 moving around. The Ober acting as more of a floater. Instead, we'll put the smoke to hold them off in front of the sights. But where do Mars Park go from here?
Right now, I'm just looking at these compositions because we didn't really get a chance to talk about them. But, we're looking at the two stacks coming from both sides. In Myers Park, they're going to stick with, somewhat of the meta here. They're going with the double initiator, and they have the KJKO combo, which goes absolutely nutty on a sin. Meanwhile, you're looking at West Charlotte, and they're going to go with a double Sentinel comp, bringing Chamber into the mix.
Right. Chamber was quite good on the map, as he was on every single map, but there are still maps where he's not too bad on. Going past the molly, we're onto the sights. Hector manages to get one shot, not much more there though. It'll be 4v3 on top of the site. But can they actually find another? Milk is there, a decent trade, but it's going decently evenly, and I find that helps out West Charlotte more than anything. Because as of right now, they can do what, just walk in. It's the lure left, like it's taken though.
Yeah, you can see Zalor, just trying to find that peak, and now it's a 1v1. They have an opportunity as the spike continues to tick away, although their health dramatically low. Literally a strong breeze could put it into him, but Zalor comes through with a 4K to come in clutch for Myers Park.
What was that from him? He bobbed away between both double and by neutral, managed to delay enough for the spike, and out in the open, West Charlotte gave him just 3 to 4 1v1s. Right now, on their save round, they decided to go a little bit half by SE Guardian, a couple of Marshals. This is interesting. Oh, I was gonna say that was it was gonna be a bold choice, but this is much safer. Actually, just full save we go against Spectres.
Yep, and here we go. Right now, West Charlotte is about to get a Spectre lecture as they try and hold on towards this A site. But all the way we go, it's going to be hold my hand to get on the site first.
Easy, like you mentioning, nothing found between either one of these teams. West Charlotte is playing full retake. A spike looks to go down for Myers Park, but they're giving it their time. They're waiting for the rest of West Charlotte to come in.
Yeah, I don't know if they're faking. I don't know if they're just trying to get an early pick, but they finally do put the spike down, and it begins to tick away, and now it's going to be all about the retake coming from West Charlotte, but they're not able to do much, as that's already 2 fallen from the side of West Charlotte.
Yep, one more found, and naturally, there's not much more to say here, man. It's just gun diff, right? Although it's cool that the state of North Carolina gets a bunch of pickoffs, but here's where we should see the turnaround happen once again. It has happened quite often, where on the buy-ups, in games like these within between high schools, does tend to shift.
Oh, absolutely. And then you can also see on the side, you got Sephiroth going up against Lucario on Final Destination. Again, 2 big baddies going head-to-head on a flat surface. Final Destination, I think, is the perfect matchup between those two. But let's get ready to head into our bonus round here on Ascent, as this could be an opportunity for West Charlotte to make their comeback.
Just a small note. Sephiroth's taken, like, no damage. Like, this entire time. They've actually been fighting, which is kind of crazy. Lucario finally managed to get some hits, but I digress. As we're on to A, once again, it is just 3. But okay, Real Clear gets the setup. I decided to continue watching over by trees. They're waiting and hoping. Anybody peeks out at them, not gonna happen.
And you know what? I really love the respect coming from Myers Park, not to over-aggress here. They are aware that this is a bonus round, so they have to play this one smart and careful. And, normally you see a full send over towards A, but no, they waited for the opportune time to get that early pick, and now they have it with an additional pick as well. And now the spike heading full over to A site.
Yeah, easy walk in, and it'll be trades galore between them, but only losing one while just full rushing in is the start of its own. What a shocker kill. Wow. All right. Myers Park, having a go of it.
Oh, that they are. They just won the bonus round. Like, that honestly was not their round to win, but they came in and took it anyway. And it's because they played patiently and they actually punished West Charlotte. Again, you have to keep in mind, Charlotte is on the defensive side of the spike. You have got to take your time. You do not have to over-aggress. And when you do, Myers Park is there and waiting to punish. And it was because they got those early picks that they were able to trade in their Spectres for some Vandals. And now all of a sudden, it's somewhat of a one-sided venture in the side of Myers Park, now heading into round 4.
Myers Park, right, can also just steamroll this map, this round, I should say, the same way they did the previous one. But it may not be so easy as West Charlotte have decided to put a bit more of a fight. Hunter Fury put out to clear out one end of the sites, hoping to get a single tag. And I don't believe they actually managed to find it. So don't feel guarded. It'll have to be a ton. But you still put out. It's HD. It's caught.
And honestly, that was a perfect pick coming from West Charlotte. Imagine getting an open frag in round 4 with a classic. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, well, that's because it may not happen. Because I believe that was a sheriff, my friend. Which
was it?
Domed him. Because I don't know about you. My classics don't do that.
I was about to say.
Let me know.
I was like, I've never seen that before, but no, it makes more sense that it is in fact the sheriff. You're right. Yeah. You're right. I missaw for a moment, and my entire world changed.
That's fine. You know what? I would have been confused as well. You're okay. But nonetheless, it'll be rotation over to A's. There's still a bit of a split. So hoping all that calling will leave the A side open, and the spike is still in their hands. If you get us a pickoffs here, would be clutch. Spike looking to go down. And now, West Charlotte are in a bit of predicament.
Yeah, that they are. And, you know, it's kind of interesting to see that the entirety of West Charlotte was over there on towards the B side. That must have been an impressive deep fake coming from the side of Myers Park. And now being caught in transition, North Carolina able to get at least 1 pick. Now looking to get 2 is going to be gunned down by Arisu.
Couldn't do it, even though he shot the dart literally right on him. Caught a really weird and bad angle, and up top, Arisu wins now with gun in their hands. Myers Park hoping they can make things 4-0, but it's getting better and better for the side of West Charlotte. As they go on in, they're running out of time. Next managed to find one. There's a second there as well. But Villainous can defuse. This is it.
Yep, well, there it is, and there it goes. It's going to be now 4-0 in favor of Myers, but with that being said, West Charlotte still was able to do a lot with a little, and you know, every single elimination that they had on Myers Park is just going to be another force buy-in going into round number 5, but they are going to be taking a quick timeout coming from the side of Myers. I'm not sure why. They have a 4-0 lead, but still, maybe they just want to take a moment to celebrate as we get back into this matchup between Mallard Creek and Hopewell in some Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, Sephiroth alongside the Ness. The Sephiroth coming out from Hopewell has been doing really well, might I say. Like, he just knows how to control space, and playing such close quarters like this against the Ness, right? He's having such a go of it where taking almost no damage throughout these rounds.
And you know what? This is a matchup where, you know, it's hard for me to call just because I love both of these characters. But luckily for me, I don't need to call it. It was literally Sephiroth being able to come through and get a huge dub and with 3 stocks to spare.
Yeah, he is doing ridiculously well. Which I think this Sephiroth is, you know, going places, might I say. So look to pop on in. We got Ike versus Pokemon Trainer this time. I haven't seen the Pokemon Trainer in a while.
Oh, no, I absolutely love the Pokemon Trainer. And you know what? This is going to be a little biased, but I think Pokemon Trainer has the advantage over Ike here. Granted that Ike is definitely one of the more favorited, and I will even dare to say legendary sword users in Smash. I feel like it has become all about your boy Roy. I feel like Roy has kind of taken the mantle of meta sword user over Ike. And with that being said, I really think Pokemon Trainer could have a huge advantage here.
Yeah, true. Roy, good indeed, my friend, but as with all swordies, what they're doing is just, you know, control low ground, hoping to get just the hitboxes by the tip of the spear so they can get an easy dub. But I think you are right in your prediction so far, my friend. The Pokemon Trainer is doing very well.
Because you got to keep in mind, Pokemon Trainer gives you that variation with the 3 different starter Pokemon. With Squirtle, you have the Speedy, and then when you get over towards the Ivysaur, you get, you know, a little bit of zoning. And then, of course, whenever you bring out the big bad that is Charizard, that's when you get your heavies in. So it's that versatility that can really match up against anyone if played correctly.
Right, all these options, and what are you gonna do with them? Find out. A lot of damage being put on the Ike, though. West Charlotte having a tough go of it, but just one final hit is needed, and no change comes out for the Charger either to get the finisher. But there it is. That's what I was hoping for.
Yep, but unfortunately, Ike was probably hoping for a better recovery because that's not going to do you any good when you go off stage. Meanwhile, this is the perfect time to switch to that Charizard once you start getting into that red, that danger percentage, because we know that big, heavy Charizard can take just a little bit more damage than, say, a Squirtle.
But can he dish it out, though, right now? And currently, Charizard's about to play a lot more on the defensive, gets a couple of decent hits, but nothing super extravagant found. S is playing very safe against Charizard because he knows that one bad hit, this might be it. But Ike also doesn't go down super easily here either, as he's a bit heavier than most Swordies. Nice grab, playing a bit off stage, but good recovery.
Yeah, and that's really the thing about playing up against Ike, is that you just have to wait for the perfect moment to strike. And meanwhile, Ike found the perfect moment to strike. As you can see, they managed to take the first stock off of Bonk.
Now to the Ivysaur, love to finish the game here once again. It's the Ike at 95, but he only has 1 stock left. He wants to try to stay alive if he can, but it's not gonna happen.
And you know what? I'll be completely honest. I'm kind of stoked on myself so far because I feel like I've been calling these Smash matches pretty on point. That's like the 3rd time. Maybe, okay, you know what? The 2nd time, because we didn't really get to see, although, no, we didn't get to see a lot of the Sephiroth versus the Ness match. So, yeah, I'll give myself at least 2 I called correctly so far for Smash.
Yeah, so far you're on a pretty good streak here, brother. We'll see if that does last and how long it does as well. As I believe in a bit, we'll be heading on over to our other matchup here for the one on Icebox that we have.
Oh, and I can't wait to get into that because, like I had said earlier, Icebox is my favorite map, and I will stand by that until the end of time. And, you know, just by taking a look at the compositions there, you can see that the Vipers are definitely coming out to play. Meanwhile, you see the double initiator meta coming from one side, and you're looking at the other. And guess what? They're bringing Gecko into the mix with that same double initiator comp.
That is fascinating. I have barely got the chance to play Gecko because everybody always insta-locks him.
Yep.
I say, but he's at least, you know what? I'll try to see what I can do by casting him. I want to see at least 1 wingman plant and 1 wingman defuse. That is all I want.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what we love about Wingman, is because you get that extra coverage while someone else is, or rather some other Wingman is planning the spike. But I haven't really got to play much Gecko myself because, again, the insta-locks, but I did get to play with them in training. You know, I went and ran my courses, got to get used to their utilities and how they are very versatile. And also I had the pleasure of playing a lot of ranked matches with a Gecko on my team and also playing against them. So I can honestly say that I like the addition of Gecko to the initiator composition.
He is very fun. His abilities can, I find, be quite disruptive, right? Which is the biggest thing. But ooh, nice big F smash to clean things up.
Oh, absolutely. You can see Ike definitely, you know, making a huge comeback as opposed to game number 1. But meanwhile, they still have to get past this big beefy Charizard, who is going to try and at least solidify this final stock. And they do, and now it's all down to 1 stock apiece.
Maybe they might be able to do it. But we're back on the Ivysaur again, a stock like you're saying. But the biggest thing they gotta be careful of is that the Ike controlling the stage is what makes things harder, especially when there are no platforms to run off to. I'm realizing that more and more.
Oh, 100%. But at the same time, with Ike, you have to make sure that you don't go off stage. You have got to stay on platform, and Charizard is going to make sure they go all the way off platform. That's going to be the final stock elimination, and the game going to Pokemon Trainer.
As we are now in for the game between South Mech and Audrey Kell. What we got right now, I believe Audrey Kell, it just shows that they had a pretty solid start, and Lifting You got a 4K last round.
Honestly, like that's pretty nutty. And you know, it's really fun because we always get to see the 4Ks, but we hardly ever get to see the ace. So maybe if we're lucky and we've been good this year, we might see an ace here on Icebox.
Oh, I've been so good this year. I do hope so. Lifting You. Walking in with the robes on a Marshall. That was a shot for show. But can they find anything in terms of things past the Viper wall? Oh no, Roy's heart just walks in, and yeah, that was wow. Okay, cool.
That was an absolutely insane round. Like, don't get me wrong, I know it's supposed to be one-sided because it's round 2, but the majority of the damage being done, I felt like was coming from the Marshall. You know, that's a 900 credit buy? That's not something that should be making that big of a difference, but when you put it in the right hands, oh, it can make all the difference in the world.
Maybe, my friend, as was the case with Stinger previously, and hopefully now as well. I still think it's too strong, but that's, of course, is just my opinion. Either way, look on to the buyer from South Mech. As the defense has been a lot more concentrated to just give up pretty much most of the B. Killjoy is anchoring, but there's not a ton of util that either two left to set up and get info for the key entrance points that they have. That's in you way up top, so with the Marshall. And I believe got the body shot here as well. So this is a pretty hot start if they can find the opening pick.
Yeah, what's interesting is that we're in round 3, and you can see that Lifting You is still sticking to the Marshall. They're literally sticking to their gun. As you can see, Stebbs finally gonna peek out and get gunned down by Lifting You once again with the Marshall.
He was waiting for that for so long. He got the body shot, and finally, Lifting You gets punished being at the upward angle. But it's just a 1-for-1. Lifting You has done some pretty heavy work, naturally, as the name implies. But as of right now, it will just be a 4v4.
Yep, that it will, as the spike continues to tick away here on the A site. You do have Black Adam trying to get a read with the KO dagger. It connects, able to detect 2. Flash goes out and tries to rain down fire with the Stinger, but it is the side of South Mech to avoid the danger and now get a pick there on to Black Adam as well.
What after the next? Audrey Kell. They're gonna have to find a way to delay as much as they can. That's a nice start. Second thing about Kimchi. No snake bites to be had, but they're both just put out. And ooh, Kimchi almost gets caught, but a 3-piece to finish it.
And a fantastic match coming from Audrey. Again, you got to keep in mind, that was their bonus round, and it was a full rifle buy coming from the opposition, so they managed to stick that win, and now to the victor go the spoils. But let's check in on West Charlotte and Myers Park here on Ascent.
Myers Park, okay, so now they're back in it too, still continue to be a bit more one-sided, right? They just rushed down onto the site here once again, and no big offense besides the Empress for the side of West Charlotte. But this time though, they're able to retake a lot quicker. The paranoia, the setup was nice, but they've now lost the lead here too. Second also gone. The question will be, is how do they get onto the site and they'll just walk in? That's one from North Carolina who's popped up previously. But ooh, nice start. Wall bang. Oh, but he had to reload. That could have been a free pick, but that's given over. Goes down to 3v2. Empress not even becoming a factor as Rogue Slayer. Because he survived the wall bang, he'll get the round.
Yeah, I was about to say, but you got to keep in mind that Spike's still ticking away. This is going to be close. And there it goes. That will be a clutch dub going the way of Myers Park. And it all seemed well and good. West Charlotte was able to come through and get those clutch of limbs, but too much time was taken off the clock, and Myers Park are able to extend their lead now 5-0.
No shot, man. They had completely everything going for them. Luckily, they did not invest the Emperor, so that would have been an even bigger loss. But a solid start off, but considering Myers Park and both West Charlotte pretty much all died Mars Park will be fine to buy up, but Charlotte will have a couple people with like Ares and such, but I'm beginning to think it might be their preference, if anything.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're taking a look at that Smash match as well, and you have Pokemon Trainer going up against Mewtwo, which I think is interesting because it's like legitimately a Pokemon battle, but I feel like Pokemon Trainer inevitably has the ultimate advantage because Mewtwo is a glass cannon and is completely unpredictable, and as you can see, it will be Pokemon Trainer to take a 3-stock win over that Mewtwo.
Arisu down in hell. It takes just one though, but now they have to know he is there. As Hector now comes in, and I do not think this will be another situation of delayed tactics once again. As there we go. West Charlotte to get there first.
Yep, and now they get their first win on the board. West Charlotte is able to finally get some momentum back on their side of the board, as they should be able to get a decent amount of economy as well. But the thing about it is, and we say it all the time in Valorant, and I will continue to say it, if you want to make a true impression, a true comeback, you have got to win 2 in a row. Playing the classic tug of war of, oh, you're going to win one, you're going to lose one, you win one, lose one, it's not going to do you any good. You have got to get consecutive round wins if you're going to make a change in the economy.
Right now, that change is not coming for either side, though, as it's not necessarily a factor that they need to worry about. Plus, Chamber put out the 2 to 4, so shot goes wide. I will give it the space for it now. He can't repeat the angle with the op, but Mars Park decides it's not worth it. They'll leave swiftly.
Yep, that it does. And, and again, I just don't see Chamber being very viable any longer, but who knows, we could see minds being changed. As you can see, Hector is able to get the first elimination on Hold My Hand.
Oh, I think you said that. It was nice and wholesome. I will hold your hand, Cap, don't you worry. But for now, what I would like to do is look in on what Myers Park is showing us, which is a careful rendition of do I go into the site or not? And the answer right now, past the knife, is currently yes. They have all the kills util to go up against. That's the initial molly. And RC clears out Boathouse. Myers Park still almost able to get the spike down, but nobody cleared it out. They just walked on in and hoped they could spat the spike.
Yeah, but that was a huge win coming from West Charlotte because now they have gotten their 2 in a row. The economy is starting to balance itself out. West Charlotte now has the advantage in the monies. As you can see, they're going to be coming with a full buy, but a Villainous on the Sova is going with the LMG. No real big surprise there. We do love seeing our Sovas on Ascent with an Odin, but if you can't get the Odin, get the Ares, and they should, and if they don't, I will be very disappointed. Set themselves up onto B site and go for the wall spray. But no, right now it looks like West Charlotte are sending the majority of their forces over towards A.
West Charlotte now with finally some momentum want to try to capitalize on what they can get done. The B side actually just being anchored and not able to find the transfer on North Carolina. But what more can they do off of his question? Because it's just one person, and Killjoy's still there by B.
Yep, that they are. And, that's really all you need by B. That's the benefit of having a KJ on your side, is that they can completely lock down a site all by themselves. And when you're on a map like Ascent, you really don't need to have an overwhelming presence on B. Again, there's only really 2 entryways, and both of them right now are currently under watch from the side of West Charlotte, and that's why they have 3. Well, they had 3 people over there towards the A site, and now still with the clock continuing to tick away, Myers Park still a little indecisive.
I mean, they are with classics, right? So they're hoping that maybe they can get one. They all just died at the molly. It's just one person left. All they gotta do is take him, and they do.
Yep, nice little easy cleanup. Not much doing there. West Charlotte again encroaching on this lead that Myers Park has managed to build, but we're looking at somewhat of a full buy coming from the side of Myers, which they could go full buy if they wanted to, but Zalur looks though they're going to stick with a Spectre and a quarter shield.
I think it's right now. As well, we'll see how Myers Park looks to change things up.
Well, let's see if they can change things up.
I mean, they have guns in their hands this time, right? So perhaps things go better, but oh, the Peacock gets punched in a Rogue Slayer. He's done it before, but this time not careful enough, can't TP away. That'll be on audience who pops the Empress very quickly. And right by them hearing that, they decide, not worth it, we'll go to B instead.
And you see, that actually makes me a little nervous. Myers Park, they went for the aggressive route, and it actually kind of paid off. They were able to get some pretty quick frags there out in the beginning, and now West Charlotte is on their heels, and they're trying to avoid literally just the onslaught coming from Myers Park, as now they are literally beelining it to B.
But they have to get past all the molly setup once again. It was how they died last time and gave much damage, but oh, the Peacock is good, but just one here again. And now do they clear Hector? It's a question. Boathouse was it a mice last time, and it will be this time. It's three 1v1s. Hand it over. Just yikes, and he left alive. No spike in hand. Oh no.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely insane from Hector, and it will be Arisu to clean that one up and secure the dub for West Charlotte. What looked like it woulda, shoulda, coulda been a round win for Myers Park was literally stolen away by Hector there in the boatyard with a very cheeky three-piece in order to get that dub. And of course, Arisu there to clear things up and get that final elimination. Now, the economy literally one-sided in the favor of West Charlotte.
Can I just address that we're having a little Mac on screen, by the way? Just want to get that out there. And he has not been off stage, but he's too close to the edge. I'm scared for him.
I mean, homie just hit a haymaker on that grenade.
He did do that. You are spitting. He's doing his thing. But right now, Myers Park needs to do their thing. They've lost 4 rounds in a row. West Charlotte could push this to a 6v6.
You know, that they could. As you can see, both KJ ults go out. And, you know, this is just what we call an ult trade. You know, you put one out and the other. And all that's really accomplished is that now you have 2 less ults to worry about. Because I don't think anyone is or should get detained. Meanwhile, at least one player does get detained. And now out goes the KO ult as well.
No command here. So a lot invested in this round just to get onto the site. As they couldn't move off the lockdown that they planted, right? And finally, just finally, they peak Hector together as a whole team and only allow him to get 1.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the best way to deal with Hector. Hector has clearly demonstrated that they are capable of taking on more than one opponent at the time. So you just got to double down on Hector and make sure you put them down before they put you down. Now, it's going to be all about the retake coming from West Charlotte. As you can see, Rogue Slayer does have an op in hand, and they managed to rendezvous away.
They couldn't get in with the peek out, and Rogue Slayer stuck in the same position with a very expensive weapon, and he's not too sure on how he's going to try to utilize. The answer to that was given to him firsthand. His villainous to walk in, but a trade there, North Carolina, ready and set up to get a round for themselves finally.
Yeah, and now before the damage was too devastating, they managed to answer back, and now Myers Park has a little chunk of change to work with here. You know, had they gone down that one more round, then without a doubt we would have seen a little bit of a sway of the momentum going to West Charlotte, as they would have had a monumental lead. So, I mean, granted that, you know, we're still in the first half, but I do feel as though that last round was a must-win for Myers Park.
Did you get exactly that, my friend? Or else we would have been pushing to perhaps a full reversal in terms of standings for both West Charlotte and Myers Park, with the change of perhaps even a 7-5 being given over. Nonetheless, Myers Park as of right now, with that round and now with that first pick, the HLD to lead the charge to walk in. Yep, there's a dash in. Baroque says right in front. He's watching. Oh, but the arm gives him away. So it'll be A to be taken.
Yeah, we just saw Jet say, how do you do to Chambers Rendezvous? And just was able to put that down quick, fast, and in a hurry. Now Arisu going to be operating from heaven here up on high. And then Malik trying to go from down low, able to pick up 1. But Hector gets picked out on the flank.
Hector, I mean, he's done great things before. And right now, they were looking to defuse. I don't know why they had to use Orbital Strike there, personally. I feel like there was 2 of them in hell. They could have walked out. But it's fine. They get stop points for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd rather see an ult being used to get 1 elimination than not using your ult and not getting any eliminations, I suppose. But, you know, again, you know, Orbital Strike out in play is worth 2 not in play. I couldn't come up with the saying right, but you get it. They managed to use it. They get an elimination, and now, just like that, Myers Park get another round win in their favor.
Ultimate, good. Don't worry. That's it's actually it. Either way, it'll be the ace I take once again. Ooh, nice clear just in time. But can they do anything off of that? Put up a lot of damage on Abilitas. The smoke is actually isn't going to be there, but it'll allow HOD to walk in. Oh my goodness, and now here, he's allowed himself to gain the space with the rest of the team not even beside him.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this is a cheeky spot right here, to be completely honest. They are just lined up with the smoke perfectly and now getting ready to use the Leer to try and get themselves an advantage. Not much doing there so far, as this is going to have to be one gnarly retake coming from West Charlotte. They are set up. As you can see, Hector does get a trade out. And now coming up from on Heaven, Orisu trying to find themselves at least 1 additional peak, but Jelly is able to put an end to Malik. And now they're going to drop down low, and Rogue Slayer able to find 1.
Wall bang to win things out as they were above, and finally, man advantage a bit too much for Myers for West Charlotte as you look on Audrey Cal and South Mech, which is a extremely one-sided game.
It definitely is, and look who's leading the way for Audrey Cal. It's that Gecko, just showing that they are going to be quite the viable pick moving forward here in Valorant, and a great addition nonetheless. I truly do love Gecko as a Valorant agent, and honestly, I think they're going to be here to stay.
I believe so as well, my friend. But as of right now, South Mech might not be able to stay here much longer. Final 1. Yeah, that should be it. Audrey Cal looking at match points here to take the game. Haven't seen the wingman come out at all, but this will be a pistol.
Hey, and look, you're looking in the chat, and they're asking for a knife fight, but South Mech says no, we don't want to do a knife fight.
On for South Mech to take the time out here too. I wonder what they're gonna discuss to try to slow things down, because as it currently stands, they need every single round in a row to be able to take it back. Speaking of which, it's milk to take 2. It was Charlotte. It's the plant.
And that they do, and they do have a good bit of ground to cover as well. Keep in mind, we're back to the pistols here, so all is fair and all is square. As now Myers Park is going to have to take a turn on the defensive side of the spike and try and come through with a retake. Out goes the recon dart, and they are able to pick up 1 down low, and North Carolina with the wall bang puts it into Hector.
How did that work? The shot dart here as well. He walked into it. No shot. The dissipate comes right in front of them. They're just getting these for free. Unless Rogue Slayer can get 1, but no. Instead, it'll be them finding every person of West Charlotte right on time. I am frazzled.
Honestly, that was just perfect execution coming from North Carolina there on that Sova. Again, not only being able to use their recon darts, but using the shock darts as well. Being able to pick up 2 eliminations back-to-back just from the utility alone. And then also just sticking to the tried and true theory of my own self is that the Frenzy, economically speaking, weighs a little bit heavier than the Stinger. So good on you for using the Frenzy.
Frenzy good, lifting you to take 2, reload, finds the info on the 3rd. Does he take it? I don't believe so, but instead, you'll notice all the aggression going up towards just 1 person. Is this the round where he gets his ace? He is peeking out, but he's not going to push past his turret. Cannot do so, but the spike is dropped. Oh, this should be the end of this game.
You know, it very well should be, so let's see if they can wrap this one up nice and neatly. As you can see now, the push is going to be going towards that A side, although they left the spike in mid. Very interesting to say the least, as now they look to try and get these few final eliminations. Down goes one, down goes the other, and now only Stebbs remains.
Stebbs could do that'd be cool, but they're gonna try to knife him. Oh man. He takes one, he can't find him, his wing go around the back. A perfect game for Rodrigo.
Yep, that it is. And they managed to end it out with a melee, so good on them. Going out with a little bit of flair, a little style, bringing out the melee weapons there at the end. But now we're heading back to West Charlotte in Myers Park, as Myers Park is able to find themselves yet another dub.
Yep, that bonus working out for themselves beautifully, but here's where West Charlotte, once again, able to get a round back. Last time they did manage to do this, it was a 3-round run that they went on for their side by them just triple stacking on top of the sites. Currently, though, on the attack, it has been 5 stacks galore, no mid control taken, and I would like to see it, but currently, Myers Park are all by B. It's just the Jet anchoring, and I believe he's looking to peek out, see if they can. No, never mind, just holding close.
Well, let's see what they can do. As you can see, both Arisu and Hector are going to be playing a little bit of the shoulder peek game, and it was hold my hand to draw out the fire, so now they know that, hey, this is probably going to be an A push, and they're going to set up back over towards Heaven and Hell and try and keep their eye on the archway. As you can see, the KO dagger just waiting to be thrown, and there it goes.
Summit for Gardner for now. They smoke out trees. Myers Park again looking to stop the Russian from the side of West Charlotte. Lear caught out. That's clutch. So he gets in no space to walk in, and that'll force an immediate rotation from West Charlotte.
Now, you see, this is going to be the interesting part, is because not only did they abandon the A side, but it looks as though they abandoned their chamber as well over there towards Tree, which they could try if they might, cross that midfield line, and try and play mid. But the way that they're kind of splitting up their offense has me worried for them. But Hector is able to find a huge peak there, and so does Mlik.
Nice start off, but can they continue to hold is the biggest question. As of right now, Myers Park with 3, no ultimates to be had. A spike goes down, but the way West Charlotte is currently holding, right? One on site, and pretty much all 4 of them playing off. Have a lot of options to block the entrances, and options against Myers Park do so flawlessly.
And that was a huge win coming from West Charlotte, because now they cut the lead and the deficit in half. And not only that, but they managed to find themselves a good reaction on when they get kind of stun locked over there towards A. They couldn't really force the issue. They couldn't get past Archway, so then they slow rotated. They didn't rush and immediately go up mid and then try to go to B. It was a slow rotation, that kept Myers Park guessing. And by the time they figured out what West Charlotte was up to, it was already too late.
For now, though, nothing found just yet. Slow crawl all the way over. Their last time was just used to see if they can possibly bait them out of the current positions to perhaps shoot it out. But the lockdown that's currently available gives them a lot of space for them to just hold up by Heaven and tuck into the corners. They do exactly that, but Yikes Andy instead, gets caught. Not much more to be there.
Yeah, and that was actually an interesting KJ ult, but only because, there really wasn't much doing there. I mean, they could stay in Heaven as long as they could just because they were outside of the proximity of that ultimate. And, it really didn't have much of a impact. But with that being said, they did manage to get out a couple of decent trades. West Charlotte now with a 1-player advantage. So, they did get a little something out of it, but not necessarily what they bargained for.
Yeah, it's going to be coming tougher as things go along, like you're saying. But no, man, Hector's been so good on finding the timings on the rotations coming out from Myers Park. Previously, you saw him pop up at Boathouse here too. And here again, right, just slow crawl and cutting off all the options that Myers Park already has. Is Lure stuck by himself, but there's 2 people over by Speedway. Caught out in the open, just leaving Jelly last one left alive.
Yeah, but no orbital strike just yet, but maybe they can get an exit frag and get it for next round. As you can see, they're going to wait for that recon dart to fade away, and now out goes the smoke, and they're going to start making their way over towards that left side of Boatyard. And this is going to be a hard retake no matter which way you look at it. The Omen smoke is there and blocking view. They take one little step, maybe. Going to check the corner, as they should. Good guess here, but no, they get peeked out once again by Hector, the reigning king of the Boatyard.
Yeah, he definitely saw their feet, and they definitely heard that drop, even though it might have been quiet enough. So that one way doesn't cover everything naturally. And West Charlotte have done it once again. We said it before, all took was one round to go on a run, as is the back and forth tug a lot of the times with games like Valorant. Because we look to pick over onto Smash and Kazuya. Hey, okay, pretty even game so far between him and Lil Mac.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's actually going to be a fun one just because it's like two like fighter-based games going head-to-head. Again, you got Lil Mac from Punch-Out, and you got Kazuya from Tekken, who just fell off the side of the map, and now it's a two-stock advantage for Lil Mac.
HLD to start things off. Cannot find the second milk to trade it off again here. Jelly, if they get that, then this round is a lot more doable. Caught in the corner, right click, and nobody checks him. Oh my god, he might be able to do it again against the Ares. Nope, it's a pretty far angle, so can't do it anymore, but it's still 2 starts.
I was honestly flabbergasted for a second. Like, I had to double check because I'm seeing all the trades coming through, and I'm questioning myself, isn't this a save round for Myers Park? They're going, at least from what I saw, in what, you know, with sidearms and classics and, you know, whatever bottom of the bargain bin weaponry you can get, and now we have ourselves a 2v2 remainder here in round number 17.
The spike, those, I was wondering if they use that to perhaps just slow play and perhaps rush in if anybody rotates over, but Myers Park spread pretty thinly. I would have hoped they was stacked up on the site and then try to see if they could perhaps move in, but it's HLD just checking close by Jenny. As the air goes in, they can't actually find it, so he'll peek out, finds 1 second there on sights. And Rogue Slayer luckily clutches that, but just barely.
Oh, absolutely, and honestly, that was good on the Jet just to make sure that they got one elimination. Now you've given a fair shake to your KJ to try and take on this 1v1, and then already out goes the Molly. They look for the peek to the side, they rendezvous out, and the nade is able to pick up the elimination, and Myers Park will be able to clutch out round 17.
He was right on top of it the entire time. There was nowhere he could go. It was either going to be on top of the Molly or in front of Zalor. That was really intelligent from him, just to force him into a corner. And now with that, Myers Park get the round they so needed. They have guns in their hands again. And now at 11, they're going to close things out in just 2 rounds, possibly.
Yeah, that was an absolutely huge round, especially considering that, you know, again, they were working with somewhat of a bargain bin type buy, and they managed to make a lot out of a little just by getting a couple of early picks and then being able to pick up the weapons that were dropped. And now, just like that, Myers Park only 1 round win away from putting themselves onto match point.
Stack outside, looking by mid. I mean, this is the first time I've seen them like go mid as a stack, not just, you know, it's ones. Hector again catching Jelly. He's, to be fair, that is a little bit on him because he was a bit too outward, no real clear exits, and, you know, there for a bit too long. But unfortunately, so that's one gone. It's the second here to HLD. Another person caught over by mid.
I'm just convinced that you can't 1v1 Hector. The only way you could take on Hector is bare minimum a 2v1. It's got to be like bare minimum. Every time you see a 1v1 against Hector, Hector always wins. And look at this, another 1v1, and Hector gets the shot on.
Hector is feeling himself, man. I don't blame him. When you got to start like that, then naturally you're looking to make sure that your team has another fighting chance this game, and he's giving them that as of right now. No lockdown there, though. Art is very available. North Carolina not going to use it, but there's still a 4v2 along with the 2 to 4, so I think this should be a save.
You know, you think it would be, considering that, you know, they're not going to have anything going into that next round because they already bought up for this round. So they really should take their Vandals and head for the hills. But you can see Zalur not going to be backing down so easily, even though they've already retained a little bit of damage here. And now out comes the utility from West Charlotte, and it looks as though Myers Park is not backing down.
It's low continue fighting for this, but we're running out of time, and they have no flashes, no real way to actually peek out. And Zalur will, I believe, you know, thinking maybe it might have given the kill, but instead, this is the call they wanted to see previously. And at least it'll happen now.
You know, at least they get one Vandal for the road, and they still are holding on to a 4-round lead. But you got to keep in mind, they went full buy that last round, so there's not going to be much doing going into this one. If they are, it is going to be somewhat of a half buy or even a force, which is why now we see Myers Park taking a timeout.
Yep. They know they were in a top position too, and so they're naturally just kind of force themselves into thinking, all right, what is next? Where do we go from here? It should be interesting time as we look to walk on in. We got a Banjo versus a Peach. Cool.
Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking Peach is going to take this one. To be completely honest with you, you know, I've seen a good amount of Banjo and Kazooie, and I have not seen a lot of effectiveness coming from them in other competitions. So that leads me to believe that Peach should have themselves a decent bout here, especially them being a pretty successful zoner, as now they put Banjo and Kazooie on their last stock.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I don't see anybody play Banjo-Kazooie, honestly. And I'm starting to see why. The recovery isn't too bad, but it just seems like the options are so limited. He has to fight so close range, and there's nothing to actually close the gap here either. Yeah, Peach is just dominating.
Yeah, and you know, Peach, again, one of those characters that not only are a zoner, but do pretty well center stage. You know, they don't really have to rely on a lot of off-stage combat, or even just simply trying to edge out their opponent beyond the smash zone. You know, they're able to go toe-to-toe and go blow for blow, and sometimes they can even trade smashes with the heaviest of characters.
Ooh, I love that, but do one stock left. Oh, managed to get one, but he's at 113, so it should only be a matter of seconds before the Peach closes that out. It's Myers Park. Okay. Suddenly after the timeout, they're not the ones getting the first bloods.
Yep, and that one was much needed. They are going to need all the help that they can get. As you can see, it is going to be a full send over towards the A site. The smokes are out, and now the door goes down, and so does the spike. Malik able to get the spike down in the usual spot, and they are going to be using all the utility they have to make sure it stays that way.
But Charlotte wants to ensure look for survival, lockdown available. They also want to use it, but this time it is Hector to get caught first. And when Charlotte continue to run out more options, they know the one person is Hell. And within a matter of seconds, all three that were there watching the spike get cleared out.
And again, somehow, some way, Myers Park are able to take some of these really rough buys and then turn them into flawless victories. We saw Jelly come out with a Sheriff. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of quarter shields there, and it really wasn't the best opportunity for Myers Park, but they made the most of it, and now they do get some money back into their favor, but they only need one more round to take the dub.
Exactly that, my friend. And they have 4 ultimates available, matched by the one being the Empress on RSU's side. All I gotta think is, okay, how do they layer these effectively? You have Heart Fury for post plan potentially, or declare out a site, Lockdown as well with the exact same purpose, right? Orbital Strike to play post, and Null Command to rush in. So they can, you know, take their time and see what they want to use. But as right now, nothing is actually used. Charlotte split up as 5, checking a fair spread of corners.
Yeah, now you can see, too, they're literally using the Valorant timing to somehow sneak across the mid. That was...
Wow.
Jelly was there peeking that entire time, going back and forth,
Oh.
And one of the times that they go back, West Charlotte goes forward, and now Arisu able to put an end to Jelly there in the mid lane.
Jelly has been so unlucky with so many of these mid fights. Like you're saying, just getting caught out, getting timing here far too often. It's usually half the time mid by Hector, but it's already soon out to get in on the action here as well. And them losing one, it's not the greatest, but we'll see how they recover.
Well, let's see. Meanwhile, Malik is over there towards Market, and they find at least one head pick on their counterpart. Zalor now down and out, as well as all of their utility. And now Yikes Sani is going to be the victim of some paranoia and will be dealt with by Hector.
Man, they just keep on going. Whereas Charlotte do not want to give in here at all. And it'll leave Myers Park? Thinking, yo, you know what? Maybe it'll be this far. We're defense. We could probably just vibe out.
Yeah, you would think that. I mean, honestly, I was thinking that as well. You know, they didn't really have to aggress much, if at all. But they got picked out time and time again. Meanwhile, hold my hand! Popping off with a 3K, make it 4! They're looking for the ace, and they're looking for the win. You can see Sova now pushing in. Gonna be getting a read here out towards the corner. And there it is with the Blade Storm. Hold my hand. We'll get the ace and the dub for Myers Park.
What was that from Hold My Hand? Literally solo does it, get 5 people, and they clear everything out. Ridiculous. Cap, we got the ace you wanted.
Honestly, we did, and we got it in the most spectacular fashion, because normally, you know, when you see an ace that, you know, they just pick them off one at a time. It's never in a retake, where it's a 1v5 retake. They go in gunny and literally clear out the entire site. That, again, highlight reel for the ages. Clip it, save it, put it in a reel, do what you have to do with it. That was extraordinary.
It most definitely was, but with that being said, though, we've got more extraordinary Valorant and Smash gameplay coming at your faces at the end of this break. Yo, what's up? Welcome on back. Hope you had a nice little rest. It's me, Rav, and Cap, as we'll get on into some more Valorant action just a little bit.
Yep, that we will. And we actually, off stream, we got to see the end there of a Smash matchup between Peach and Banjo and Kazooie. And Peach came out on top again, being able to go absolutely bonkers with the Radish and get the dub. And now it's time to go back to some Valorant, as we just came off an impressive. You know what? I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I'm actually going to break character for a second. That was without a doubt the best play I've seen all day. That was absolutely insane. And you know what? I've been casting some collegiate Valorant as well. So guess what? That player right there, outdoing their superiors in even, more advanced leagues. That, again, I still can't get over that ace that we saw.
Ridiculous, my friend. But hopefully, as we head into our next games, we might be able to see more of that. So, as of right now, I believe we are pretty much ready to go and head into our next high school matchup for what we got going on between the next set of teams in about 60 seconds or so. So, we're almost there.
Now, you see, I'm interested to see on what map we're going to play on, because we got to see Haven twice and Ascent twice, if I'm not mistaken. And it has really been about a back and forth, and, we've got to see some meta compositions go up against some very new and interesting compositions, especially with the introduction of Gecko. Gecko came in on Ascent and absolutely cleared house. We've seen that once today, and I'm wondering if we're going to keep up with that same energy with the possibility of a new map coming. We've got to see Haven, we've got to see Ascent, so I'm wondering what else is in the works. But I'm hearing from production that it is going to be Ascent again. So what better way than going in on the default 50-50 map?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see like anything like super crazy, honestly, on either one of these sides in terms of map picks, because with Haven or Ascent, right, it's pretty standard. But what I do want to do though is, before I end the game, I want to take a quick look at the lineups for the game that we do have in front of us, my friend. Of course, on one side, we got Aurelia Bots, Meepin, Soulbound, Aaron Drap, and No Volt Battery. Who we got on the other side for Olympic?
Well, we're going to have Sasagayo, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Sasagayo.
Thank you. And then followed up by Popquas, Ryan, Even Titan or Evan Titan, and Zenkai.
So two of these references are both to Attack on Titan. Sasageo is from the actual Attack on Titan anime for the opening, and Evan Titan is a Titan from the anime Attack on Titan. So all these players have very good taste. Big fan of all that. So we'll see if North Mech or Olympic manages to catch it as we head on in to game one. As with the match schedule that we currently have in front of us, right? It's we're right around, nearing just more than halfway through the point. So we have gotten to see virtual as well too. As we look towards just the back end of today's schedule, we'll get to see every single one of these games goes on as we head throughout our day.
Yeah, and you know what? I couldn't help but notice that the match coming up is going to be, North Mac, and we've got to see South Mac play a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, South Mac did not have a great day, so maybe they will have a little bit better of luck on the north side of things. And you can see already our compositions going into Ascent. Gecko making yet another appearance here, coming from the side of Olympic, as they are typically sticking with the meta. It is technically double initiator, and they're going to stick with the KJKO combo.
KJKO is absolute classic going on into Ascent. I'll do like the Neon Yoru is something wild and something that I never thought I would actually see on any team at all. Wait, hold on. I'm taking a North Mech's composition.
Yeah.
It's just for Duelist and Omen.
Yeah.
This is... Okay. They are on attack first, so that's ideal for them. I just want to see this works.
I mean, who knows? It very well could be. I've seen some crazier things. Good luck to them. And you don't get me wrong, they're going absolutely gunny. So for all we know, they can just they can win this match out just straight by eliminations. Who knows? I honestly have no idea. But if I was a gambling man, I would have to say that I would favor the composition coming from Olympic. But who knows? Only time will tell.
Yeah, because it's interesting because, as for Duelist and an Omen, not having Sentinel will be quite tough, but I don't think they'll necessarily need one or so, because this is fun, what it is. Because I'll tell you why. They have the options to be able to just rush into the maps, right? Wherever they can. They're probably quite confident in their team fights. I would say the overall just gunfights. Because what I'm trying to garner info is for North Mech, they'll more than likely have to play things a lot slower before they eventually explode onto the site. I'm wondering, like, the slow play here from North Mech is cool, but will this work out? There's a question, and as of right now, no. They catch the timing, give it the wingman too. Should be able to find one more. Omen there is okay. Watching the flank, but enforcing rotation.
Well, again, this is somewhat of an interesting bout, to say the least, as the Spike now going to be heading right up the gut. And who else leading the way except for the one controller coming from the side of North Mac ahead of the 3 duelists. Meanwhile, Ryan going to be laying down the head clicks, nearly is able to put an end to that Omen, but time continuing to tick away, and I'm not 100% sure if they're going to have enough time to plant the spike. Again, it looks as though North Mac were just trying to win the game out with eliminations.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is they couldn't find any sort of viable way to get onto a site, nor get past the defenses of Olympic. Right, and after losing the first pick almost instantly and getting caught on the rotations, they had no space to actually get, and Olympic cut them off right at the seams. But on the side of North Mac, right, it will be a full save. So, smart decision.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see they are going to go with somewhat of a scrappy buy, to say the least. I mean, look at Sasageo. Can you say that for me one more again? Sasageo, thank you. They're going to be going in with a quarter shield and a Vandal. At least that's what I saw from the board there before going into this one. And, that to me is a little interesting. Meanwhile, you have the rest coming from the side of Olympic that were going in with a Stinger. You had a Spectre Guardian. It's just like a real mixed bag coming from the side of Olympic. And look at this Facebook friend with a 3-piece to start things off in round 2.
Yeah, that's clear open gallery of all the members of North Mech in their spawn. No one even looked at him, and North Mech to fall. Oh my god, man. Jesus.
I mean, it kind of fulfills expectations. It's round 2. Usually goes the way of whoever wins round 1. But meanwhile, look at North Mac now. They're bringing out literally all the guns, taking out all the stops, and I couldn't help but notice that Odin on Mia Payne. Again, on the auto, that is going to be a sight to see as we get ready to head into round number 3.
Now, North Mac here, ideally, should be able to garner their first actual round. But the troubles they've had previously has just been, okay, how do they effectively move into a site and then take space for themselves? Because currently it's just been dry walking in. They have so many flashes though. They have so many ways to set up one another, and they're choosing not necessarily to expend any of it as of right now. And they're all playing all 5 stacked up.
And honestly, this is probably the best thing for them just because they want to try and take a lot of these fights in a 2v1 or even a 3v1 scenario. As you can see, they already do get that early pick, and they don't want to waste this rifle round. You got to keep in mind, they put all of their economy into this round, and they have to hold it if they're going to try and equalize the scoreline. Meanwhile, Sasagio in the mid will be gunned down, and now only 2 remain for Olympic.
Yeah, even the Titan as well, too, was taken out by the corner. I think he definitely heard the extra TP come in, but was not ready to be able to check it. So we have 2v5, like you're saying, Ryan has to come up big here. Sees 1, gets the Odin, but not expecting the entire team. And North Mech will likely just take this round by just eliminations alone.
Absolutely, and they moved like an absolute unit too. They were going to B, and then they went mid, and then they were going towards tree, and they went back to mid, and now they are all in the boatyard. As you can see, Popquas does pick up the Odin, does get 1 for their effort, but has a lot of damage dealt to them, and now only 45 health remaining. And if anything, maybe just save the Odin.
You know, I mean, yeah, that's not too bad of an option, especially considering all that it takes. Was early Odin spam is very huge, but Popquas thinking they might be able to do with this. Has to check the corners, almost gets timing, but they're behind 2 different boxes, so that'll leave them with the Odin gone.
Hey, I'll be completely honest. If I have the Odin, I'm spraying up everything. I don't care. I'm spraying every box in front of me, especially that long box. More often than not, there's someone behind there. You have the Odin. Just hold down the trigger and start spraying. Chances are you'll come up with something more often than not. But you know what else we're going to come up with? How about another round? We're going into round number 4, and it's going to be a full buy coming from both sides.
North Mech finally finding a bit of their footing for what was thought previously, but we'll see if that trend does continue. There's 3 outside of A main, with the Gecko pushing out super aggressively, finding nothing there. This should signal to the rest of Olympic that to be careful around B, but they catch a pick, they peek out through tree. So it's a good start.
And you know, it's not the worst strat ever because you can clearly see that they're heading towards one site, and maybe they want to try and force a rotation to catch them off guard, but they're not going to need the rotation. They're going to take them down on the B site here and now, and they will pick up a flawless victory here in round 4.
A confident round coming out of Olympic. They read them early with the actual push-ups and then decide, you know what, we'll just stay clean and give it a couple seconds before we just full run at them. Them getting the pick by mid is lucky, and it also allows them to just do whatever they want to from that point, as North Mech have run out of options in terms of being able to take any sort of control as an attacker. On a map like Ascent, which is very, very, very tight at times, you want to make sure you maximize your spread for what you can control.
Well, let's see if Olympic can remain in control of this map, as they are enjoying a comfortable 2-round lead over North Mech. As you can see, the dagger does go out. Can't detect anyone, even though they're right around the corner, as it looks as though maybe North Mech is going to try and fake.
They cut off noise and slowly move over past mid. They don't find anything there, but frustrated, if anything. The paranoia put out, so it'll be the double back. So I'll move to A main, but that's just somewhat it. The raise is also there by Wine. So this might not work, and I believe they realize that as they all move back by mid. Evan Titan is watching for the entrance. Sees 1, not caught, repositions a bit backwards, and 2 will be his prize with nobody pushing against him. North Mech just stays still, but they finally managed to get 1. His Facebook friend caught in the middle of reload and put it down to a 2v1. The pain is so low, and now they know exactly where he's going.
And to be honest, it's exactly the same place I would go. You're trying to avoid the danger. You got to get where no one else is, and currently that is the boatyard over here by B. But you also have to keep in mind, they only have 13 health. All it's going to take is a strong breeze and maybe an Odin spray to put an end to them. Meanwhile, you can see Mia Payne is going to be over towards this boatyard with an Ares to try and hold off the aggression.
Yeah, there are 2 people there. You don't want to give him as your 1v1s, and he just... Sasagio just walks right into the site and take him down, making it a 4-1.
And what better way to wrap up a win than with a dabbing penguin? Love the dabbing penguin.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I personally from the new battle pass. I'm personally a big fan of the new breach emote and the jet emote. Of her throwing the op over the bridge. It's a cool callback to Tekken, my favorite fighting game of all time.
You know what? I do love Tekken. Is one of the first games I've ever played on the PlayStation back in the 90s. To throw it back and show my age, it was actually Tekken 2. And I believe the year was either 1997 or 1998.
Ooh,
but with that being said, my favorite fighting game of all time is Mortal Kombat on the Sega Genesis, specifically Mortal Kombat 2.
Understandable. Very cool. Nonetheless, well, look fast on to what Olympic has to show us as well. I really hope that they use Thresh. I have not seen Thresh come out in quite some time. Gonna make it so it's a 5v5. North Mac, Brian sprays, but the Maul is able to actually assist and all that. Yorutu's is Omega low. The Ode is doing so much work.
Honestly, it's partly the fault of North Mech for even bringing the Odin into the conversation, because now you've just given a reason for Olympic to take out the Odin, and now it's just literally a bullet frenzy. Like, Popquest is just literally laying down bullets and throwing them out like confetti, and everybody can catch them. I mean, look, they're top fragging currently, 8 eliminations to their name, and now Olympic gets to enjoy a four-round lead.
Olympic with the scarf that we were all hoping for, right? Because we were thinking, this is the comp that should be working out. But instead of North Mac, I was hoping for some surprises. As of right now, I find it's been a lot of individual plays and hoping that things do end up working out. I like the idea, but it's just a little bit flawed, sadly. And Soulbound getting caught. That is also the spike. So this is a huge detriment to North Mac. I'd like to somehow try to recover it. Yeah, no, they just had this whole place on lockdown.
Yeah, that they do. And out goes Mosh, too. I absolutely love Mosh. And the thing that's interesting about Mosh is I think it acts more as a deterrent than it does actually as like a molly. Meanwhile, you can see Facebook friend going to be coming in with my favorite skin in Valorant, because I am a 1980s film nerd, and this weapon is a callback to Aliens. It is the Xeno Hunter skin for the Phantom, and it's so rare to see. No one uses it. No one uses it. So when it...
Because it does have the heartbeat monitor, right? So that's the cool part. I feel like it doesn't really work, or I haven't really seen work.
It doesn't work.
It's just kind of there.
It's for...
Unless they're literally in front of you.
It's cosmetically appealing. Like, if you had an actual heartbeat sensor in this game, that'd be too OP. That's not... And also, think of it this way. The name of the skin is a Xeno Hunter. That heartbeat sensor is set to Xenomorph.
Ah, that's fair. So they need to add aliens into this game.
Oh, God. Give me a horde mode with aliens in Valorant, and I'd play it.
Big man, take it out to get some info. Ooh, a good paranoid response. But it'll just leave them again, meandering around mid and currently getting picked off one by one again.
Yep, that they are. And now we're going to switch over to Providence versus JT Williams, where Providence was able to come in big with the first 2 rounds. JT with the bonus. And now you can see Cy Sheep going to be making their way over towards mid in this 1v4 scenario. Doesn't look too good, but at least they have a Vandal, a Spike, and a Prayer.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they could try. But yeah, they looking to just... perhaps security here. It's in a pretty decent spot, so you can look to move out away from Jenny. But now he has no time to set up for any of his smokes either. The paranoia gives him some cover, but only gets 1. A tough position to be in, but hey, at least you get plant money, right? So it's fine.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that Oni sword, and apparently so does everybody else. It's so clean. I mean, I'm not going to personally get it just because, I got bills and such, but I can imagine that it is very nice to have. Meanwhile, we're heading into round number 5, Providence, with a 2-round cushion, as it will be JT Williams to take a timeout.
JT Williams, okay, looking to stabilize early, ensuring that things got away from us a little bit, but let's make sure that doesn't happen necessarily again. Now instead, on the Olympic side, it is an 8-1 runaway. Themselves. So we'll see what North Mech once again has a 5-stack run A, what they look to find. That's one thing I do want to say about North Mech is that the way they're essentially playing, it's been very grouped up and hoping that it's Olympic the one to make the mistakes and walk into them and they can fight the gunfights, but it's get caught out and pincered every time. Like, Facebook Friend has done this so often, he's not even staying on a site.
Yeah, meanwhile, you do see a Facebook Friend, again, having an absolute field day as they find yet another elimination, and they will get a 3-piece there to finish out that round. And now Olympic running away with this game as they find themselves ahead 8 rounds over North Mac.
You know, it's... Cap, I had a lot of hopes coming into this. You know why?
Why?
Because I love Yoru and Neon, and I was thinking that perhaps we would see just Russian plays, you know, Yoru walks in, TP there, set up with the wall, but North America played extremely safe. And on the flash like this, like, it's been Olympic. I do have to give credits, like, hats off to them where they recognize the patterns early on. So now with this, it's Olympic to just kind of do whatever they want. And to leave North Mech kind of hoping and thinking that perhaps things might change and perhaps Olympic might just play a bit farther back. But it seems like Olympic is on the attack for a lot of these. Oh, he had to pop out of the ult.
Yeah, and you know what? The Neon and Yoru composition could work if they were the only 2 duelists, but you have them competing with a Raze and a Jet, arguably the 2 most meta duelists currently in Valorant. So, you know, again, it's just a hard composition to try and have one standout duelist when there's 4 in your composition. And then meanwhile, you have one Omen trying to, you know, operate control and smokes, you know, for all of this aggro that's coming from your duelist comp.
Right, and now with that kind of being removed as an option, I'll see what the rest of Olympic decide to do, because like it's a nice first shot as well, and they're on their way to pretty much taking a 11-1 half with this. It's just 2 more people left, and I think, yeah, that's that should be essentially how the cookie may crumble here, my friend. This is just 1 left. There we are.
Yeah, and honestly, the one thing that they're missing, of course, is not only just a Sentinel, but initiators mainly. And if you're going to go with a 4 duelist composition, you can use some duelists that actually have initiator qualities. For example, Yoru, they do have a blind. You can use that. They have tried to use it several times, but I don't think Olympic falls for those anymore. Regardless, you can also manage to bring in a Phoenix. Phoenix does have a blind and a wall, which makes them a little bit more, I guess, versatile when it comes to taking and retaking sites. But unfortunately, with the duelist comp that they went with, you know, there's really not a lot of versatility.
No, yeah, that's the toughest part, right? But it can still do so many cool things. It's okay. Because I also say this, I'm also a big Yoru stan, right? So I've seen some super high plays with major content creators and people who kind of made the agent. I know this can happen, but as of right now, North Mac on the defense to get caught, a rush in from Olympic. And likely looking to push themselves towards match points. And with the bonus in their hands up next. North Mac will have to hope for survival, but I'm not sure if it'll be coming.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, especially now with only 1 player remaining, as they do get an exit frag. Nothing wrong with that. 4v1 now as they pick up another. Spike continuing to tick away, so even though they're not necessarily retaking the site, they are getting some cheeky peeks here and you know, padding the stats for elimination. Meanwhile, you got to check your corners as Facebook Friend is able to find that final elimination and now put Olympic on to match point.
A phenomenal start here once again at Olympic. I just ran away with things, looking more comfortable than ever. I'm sad we didn't get to see a ton out of the Gecko, right? Like, I don't even think we saw Thrash at all, or Thrash to say. but it'll, at least it's cool to see just some more uses of the flash that he has, which thankfully he can't team flash, so my teams are finally safe.
Yeah, and Dizzy is just so adorable. I love Dizzy. Again, it's a blue floating armadillo. Like, what more do you want? But it's really great.
It is an armadillo, isn't it? You're right.
That's what I always thought it was. Just from looking at it, it looked to me like an armadillo. But with that being said, it was so funny because when Gecko was first being used, and speaking of, there goes Mosh right there. Someone had asked, "What was that booger thing you just threw out?" And I couldn't think of a better question. That it definitely just looked like just a little booger.
So he has a booger, an armadillo, a big fishy, and wingman.
Yeah, we don't even know what wingman is.
He looks like the spike. If you look at it, he has like the sides and the top at his hat look like the actual spike.
So can we call Gecko just like the Pokemon trainer of Valorant?
He is. He 100% is. He also has like he also has a weird like gym leader vibe where they all like dress in the exact same color, right? So I think Gecko is a full-fledged gym leader. Big fan of that. Nonetheless, it'll leave us with positives and JT Williams on a 5-2 matchup. We did see JT. I think a previous time, Providence have been proven to be scaling it as well.
Yeah, well, now it's going to be JT Williams to try and get some momentum back for their side, but they're going to be shut down by all the util and the smoke there over towards B main, and now they have to head over towards mid.
5 people stacked up. That's one. No way. Brizzo, just take 3 as they all walking by mid. It was an open shot as well. No smokes, nothing, no flashes. It's the walk on through thinking you're safe. And only JT is around.
Oh, and that was a fantastic round, and now Providence will only extend their lead, both in the rounds, but as well as in the economy, because you can see JT Williams, again, are going to have to try and finagle their way, or just go for a flat-out save, which is honestly what I would do in this situation. So let's see how they decide to approach round number 9, as Providence are going to be coming in this one with a full buy.
I think JT is just looking to maybe just get a couple pickoffs here with the Sheriff's right. We've seen some pretty cool Sheriff shots themselves. Oh, what a setup. Paranoia, flash the dash in. But only result in by the end 3 because Brizzo rushes out with them. What? He did.
Hey, if you think that's something, just wait until you realize that Yeet Enjoyer has 17 eliminations and it's still the first half.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's round 9.
Yeah.
He has almost double the kills than we have actual rounds.
That is insane.
Wow. Providence are absolutely feeling themselves, my friends, and rightfully so, I'd say. Wow.
Well, let's see if they can keep that same energy as we head into round number 10. And already you can see Haste Nate already finds themselves on towards the A site, looking to find a good plant site for the spike. And look at this. Providence have completely backed off and have given the A site away to JT Williams.
Oh, Cass reloading out of the open, gets caught. But now it's on CK to be the first line of defense. And that wall also gets torn down. It'll put them in a position where they're now in a 5v3, got to play off-site, lockdown, and null command also available. Probs like a delay, mass with 1. Can't find anything more off this too. There's a null command they were talking about, and the lockdown. So just throwing everything at them here. With the flash to go out, they're pretty much all just stuck on site. There's one more. All you gotta do is wait, but they're gonna take the fights instead. With almost nobody to detain, it'll be on Providence. They see another. But the molly goes wide, and they now have no time. They're going to have to stick it. It'll be JT to get 1.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, even though they didn't get away with the win, that last bout, it definitely looked cool. Kudos to Brizzo. They went out like an absolute action hero, and then, of course, Tracker was able to get and solidify that victory for JT Williams, as now it looks as though we are going to be taking a timeout. This time it's going to be from the defensive side.
Seems like Providence knew that, they may have overheated a little bit. So instead, they'll decide to cool things down, slow things back. This is Senator versus Falcon matchup.
And interesting, maybe interesting fact, whether you consider it interesting or not, Captain Falcon, my absolute favorite Smash character, Falcon main right here all day, every day. And, you know, Falcon still very much relevant, even in a modern Smash Ultimate, and I think we're getting ready to see why. As you can see, they still have that one stock advantage, and now looking to make it two.
Falcon, I find, is a really interesting character where he's not exactly heavy, but his attacks are so powerful at times. He's just fast enough to, qualify. Oh, that was unfortunate, sir, or went a bit too far off stage. All good, all good. We're still advantage for Falcon. By the way, just looking at trade hits between the two of these. Can Falcon actually close this out? Right, he's has the health advantage as of right now. Oh, the guy doesn't land, but what?
I was confused as well, because Falcon definitely has an up B and a recovery that could get them the platform fairly easy. So I'm not sure what happened there with Ink. I think it maybe was a little bit of goofy goobery and pish posh poppycock and tomfoolery, but we'll see if they can close this one out.
And I think they're in a pretty good position to do so. They're 13%, right? And Senator, one good hit, you're done. So upwards, not gonna happen. But it's only just a matter of time before King Bean is ultimately taken out, especially with how heavy Captain Falcon does end up hitting. It's controlled there, looking to keep them on the edge. And Nick, one hit, brother. I see it.
Yeah, but it looks as though King Bean is trying to close that gap rather quickly with a huge clothesline. And they should consider themselves lucky they weren't eliminated, and then turn it around and counter off stage to get the dub for Philip Berry.
Like I said, one hit is all you need, and one hit is what we got. Now looking back on the Providence, who did manage to get the previous round for themselves, forcing JT Williams on a save. Was a bit of a broken by, fed a couple of Bulldogs, Spectres, and such. Look, there's a possible 8-4, 9-3 half. Strum put out pretty early odds. Bristol there for the peek out. Spray not going to find anything. And backs away.
Yep, and rightfully so. Although, again, you do see JT Williams coming with somewhat of a bargain buy here. You know, you got the Stinger, and, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of the Stinger. Anyone who knows me knows. But we're going to see if they can make some use of it. Meanwhile, Haste Nate is going to be the next to be gunned down by Hunsei, who finds yet another. And it will be just only one player remaining. The Lone Omen from the side of JT Williams will be the next to fall. And a flawless victory will go to Providence.
And now we have to look onto the side of JT Williams as to how they perform on the defense, right? Because the attack was definitely a bit tougher. They couldn't really find their footing, but that can happen at times when you're not able to necessarily practice the team too often or they scrim necessarily either. You kind of default back to what you think just might work and hope it. Nonetheless, on Providence's side, it's a 5-stack round off for the pistol. Actually, no. Starting towards mid, and from the pings of what I saw, I believe, yeah, it should just be a mid to B push through the doors. They'll have to get past the alarm bot first, but shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and now you know what? This is always a topic of debate, but I want to ask you, the 9-3 curse,
what?
Is it real?
No, it is not. No. I believe in facts, not feelings, my friend, and my feeling says maybe, but the facts so far, I feel like I've seen so few of them, but because they had enough, I can't dismiss everything. That's all I'll say. Oh, one by Cass. Nice paranoia, but in a bit too late. JT alongside Mass, hoping they can find one and defend against the outside of Providence, who have now promptly made their way onto the site.
Yeah, and you know, they do have that early pick advantage going their way, and it's the pistol round going into the second half, so if they win out here, they should guarantee themselves another round win. Meanwhile, you got Yeet Enjoyer just finding head clicks, as they're able to gun down at least one, and now Sai Sheep One of the only, well, now the only player left standing for JT Williams.
It's just getting here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, all right. He managed to get one. So a good start so far for themselves. Problem is that, you know, with the bonus in their hands, they can push themselves up to 11, and then again we're back in a situation with time until we see that game being gone and done. So.
Yeah, at least they managed to get the exit frag. You know, I mean, it was a pretty tough predicament to be in for Saisheet, but they do manage to get one for the road. As you can see now, Providence are enjoying a 7-round lead here in the second half. And it is going to be Providence again going with the bye. And this should bode well for them if they can make the most of it.
I shot first found JT to take what was dished out to him far too often by A main. But Providence looking to back away. The Prowler to just clear one corner. But the high-low angle they currently have, unless they flag it, the C's also catching nobody here either. Are they going to commit to this?
I mean, might as well at this point. I mean, look how much time has already gone off the clock. If you're going to rotate, you're going to have to rotate now. You cannot wait that much longer, or time will definitely not be on your side. Meanwhile, you can see Hunsei. Looks like they're thinking about making this this push here towards Archway. And honestly, I don't know if they wanted to try and fake here, but it doesn't look like JT Williams is buying it.
Yeah, there goes smoke as the drops in, the rush in, the right click. And it'll be 1 for 2, Vessi by the end. They went back to what works best. Just shoot forehead. Working out beautifully. Spike goes down, 3v3.
Yeah, now it's a 3v2 in the favor of Providence as they literally just force their way onto site. And now you can see the utility coming out from the KJ, going to give them an abundance amount of control to hold off the retake. And now AMM is the only player remaining with just a classic in hand as Yeet does go up top, tries to get the read, and will get the head click as well. Yeet and Joy are able to close out the round with a 4K.
Once again, we're back at these fours, cap pieces just yet again. But what it will lead us to, we were saying previously. Bonus spot, right, for JT of whatever they can eventually get. Luckily, they have saved up enough that, you know, we see a couple light shows here and there. But now outside of Providence as well, it's not amazing because there's so many members. So they themselves know that they're going to have to save up here. If they do manage to win this round, it would be such a blow to JT Williams because they will have almost into the round for match point.
What's amazing to me is that Yeet Enjoyer currently has 25 eliminations and are 5 away from a 30 bomb.
There.
My God, they've popped off at the beginning. We're saying even to like at round 9 they were at 18, so that was a surprise. Unfortunately, hey, it's Nate though to catch one at the beginning, right? The triangle from what we see quite often to aim to spawn, but A site seems to be the preference. Providence.
I mean, it definitely does, and it makes sense just because, you know, the A site is hard to get on, but it's also hard to retake as well. So no big surprise there, but a big surprise is Koss being able to come away with that elimination, but in turn will be dealt with just as quickly from the KO nade.
I respect it. They wanted one. Almost did actually have it. But seeing one above, so good clear out the knife ball there to give them more of the options. Right click, no, not going to work out. But at least they'll be able to get information that they know they're currently at 2v1. Hansei has 20 seconds and getting the plant down is going to be the toughest part as he's being pinched. Nice paranoia. And JT, up there around.
Oh, yeah, they finally answer back in what I assume was only some clear comms. You know, you had the KJ coming up and they said, hey, I'm going to peek. I'm going to need some paranoia. So they throw down the paranoia. KJ comes with the peek, and they're able to come through and get the dub. And now for the first time in what feels like a long time, JT Williams answer back.
gotta keep this up for a long time, though. That's the thing. They have to consistently be able to play, pretty solid Valorant if they are to bring this map back to 11-11 if possible. As I do not know if it is. I'm all miss in these situations. Prowler to go out. No info garnered. A free orb will be taken, so Blade Storm is now online.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be pretty interesting because even though JT Williams was able to come through with a huge dub last round, it still wasn't enough to give them a full bye in round 16. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep up this small amount of momentum that they managed to get. As you can see, the concentration and the spike is heading towards that mid lane. Or rather, I'm sorry, no, it's heading over towards B, actually.
Interesting. Just walk in, build house. Ooh, they found the angle. Casters stuck by themselves. And look, take a 1v1 if they can. Yeah, from one or the other. Spike isn't with them here either. JT, right? Found themselves meandering.
Spike planted.
Didn't stop. Which is the site being taken.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and once again, Cy Sheep all by their lonesome. They always seem to be the last player standing for JT Williams, as now they are going up against a heavy kitted artillery that is Koss, who will put it into Cy Sheep. And now you will see Providence will go on to match point.
Phenomenal. Start off inning to layer their momentum, and what is essentially more confident gunplay coming out of themselves as they're taking a timeout right now. So we'll look at a me-on-me matchup.
Yeah, you got a me sword fighter against a me gunner, and honestly, what I can only assume looks to be somewhat of a Samus costume coming from the sword fighter. How do you like that?
I mean, that's pretty sweet. What I also like is that he's using the chakram as well instead of the classic sword, so it's a fun little change up. Not something that you see too often, but good little zoning tool, right? Alongside the tornado. But I gotta say, I wish there was like just one more character in Ultimate, or just like someone else really cool that they added at the end instead of just leaving it. Because I believe the last person was Sora, but I don't know. I would have wanted like Mrs. Pac-Man.
How about for no reason at all, Isaac from Dead Space?
That'd be cool, right? That'd be kind of hype. They had
no explanation, just
games.
drop them in.
I mean, considering with all the different options, you know what? Get the guys from Portal. I don't remember the name of the machines.
Yes,
but I get them.
Yes, that would be pretty sick. But let's get back to some Valorant, shall we?
Yeah. That. Cass looks to walk in. Nice smoke. Nice through mid. Through the door. Finds one. No. That cover was just enough. Master survives. Leave them in a forward. There's check pass. And pass Prowler. Nice mess. Let's get two, but it still won't be enough. Gets double peaked. I wrote 3v2 here to cap. They've been found. Hit with showing. Get off the spike.
And that's why you gotta put the spike on the site. What are you doing playing a main, dude? You gotta get that spike to the objective, don't you know? And again, all horrible voices aside, regardless, now Spike is in control of JT Williams, so this is actually a huge advantage.
It's a very weird place to be in for this sorry, because they have one flash, so I was waiting for backup to come in. There you go. The flash goes out. Shooting out, tucks into the corner, and cannot make you out alive. Yeah, I think just trying to go in as two might have resulted in something, but yeah, when your spike is dropped is in such a position, what's gonna happen?
And honestly, it was unfortunate because we saw Brizzo. They went in with the melee out, which usually is not the rule of thumb when you're gonna go make a push. You should probably keep your weapon up and aiming just in case that were to happen. Meanwhile, it is going to be another round win for JT Williams as they are slowly but surely somewhat making a comeback here.
Yeah, especially with plays like that. Cass was caught. Now he's left alone, and this play has worked previously. And Brizzle makes it work here again somehow. But still 3v3, not command in hand. And Spike at least not in a unrecoverable position. As is was where exactly with the left. So it makes it soft. Side Sheik getting approached upon by far too many people. So looking. Oh, shot by trees, not gonna happen.
I was getting ready to say, you might as well just ult it out now. You got the KJ ult, you got the KO ult. Just call them in at this point. As soon as that spike gets planted, I'd say you call out the KO ult and put it into Fade's haunt, their prowlers. Just get rid of it all. I mean, you have the ultimate. You're on match point. It's time to go all gas and no brakes.
There we go. As a low command as well. You know, layered nicely. So now am hoping to maybe get a couple, right? It's on top of position, but with no util to give them free 1v1s. This is suddenly possible. But you have to watch out for the timing, right? It's the biggest thing. The mollies are there, the setup is there, and that's how it ends.
Indeed it does. And you know, it was a 3v1 scenario, so you got to give credit where credit is due. The fact that they managed to get it down, and I just realized that my webcam is frozen, so please forgive me while I fix that. It is a feels bad, but look at that pretty face. I mean, look at that concentration. That's beautiful.
That's crazy. You look like you love what you're doing. So you know what we'll do is we'll give you a couple seconds, let you all have some water. We'll cut to a break. When we come back, we'll have some more Valorant action. See you back in a bit. Hey, hi, welcome on back in. We're in for the Palisades versus Filippo Berry. We're on Lotus.
Yay.
All right, nice.
Hey, don't be confused by my enthusiasm there. I actually really love this map. This is probably my favorite new map addition for the first time in a long time, and you're seeing why. Look at this. The thing that I really love about this map is that, unlike Haven, this is not about the retakes. This is all about getting the spike down, because right now on Lotus, the C site, in my opinion, is the hardest site to retake in Valorant.
See, so that's a little bit weird, right? Because you have all these options of type corners and places where you have to check everything. And simply just nonetheless, we'll see what the Palisades decide to do. I will say one thing though, is I'm a big fan of playing Sentinel on this map, specifically Cypher. I quite enjoy him because his tripwire camera and hold on defense, you can play it so ratty. It's perfect.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, one thing also, you know, that makes C just that much harder to retake is because the mound is meta. You can't get around the mound. You can't go over the mound. You just gotta play the mound. Meanwhile, we are heading into round number 9, and you can see Viet going to be having the Stinger out as they are going to be pushing over towards A main. And they're actually not going to stick doors this time. They're just going to take the entire lane.
Yeah, just 5 stack to walk in. But unfortunately, Lego Legends. Wrong right title. Not able to find anything but the nade. But I've actually managed to catch them. Just small bits of info given over. They're pretty much just all centered around one corner. So if they rush at them, they should be with a Bucky shot nonetheless. And on a save for the Palisades. They take the round.
Yeah, and that was actually the first thrifty round we've seen all day. That is a huge dub right there for the Palisades, as now we head into a round number 10. And look at this, it's actually the Cypher going to be top fragging so far for the side of the Palisades.
Which, let's go. That's my go right there. You know what? I wish I could say that I am that Cypher, but I know in my heart of hearts I would not be doing as well at all. But it's okay. Early on the rounds, I'll lead the Palisades with just a 3-round lead, and at least now on even footing in terms of the buy. With Filippo Berry, we're once again 5 stacking and moving on a C, right? It's a as look to just. Are they just gonna try walk in here?
And, you know, they could, but look at Cypher. You know, they currently have all of their utility down there and just waiting for the opportunity. Meanwhile, you do see the Killjoy does use their ult here for the attackers, as now they force their way onto site. They do get at least one trade out of the scenario, and now it is literally just all hell breaking loose onto that C site.
Yeah, as Fire Factor walked their way in, but the Yoru as well, which I wouldn't even address. As right now, the Yoru pick is quite fun. You saw one of the many mechanics you can use to both fake, walk in, and give yourself the space that is needed. Now, 3v2, out to the smoke, he gets taken down, and it's just Liz Honey by themselves. Filippo Berry hold.
Yep, they most certainly do, and you know, it's to the point I was making. C on Lotus is the hardest site to retake, and I think it holds true there, especially with Filippo Berry being able to come through with yet another round win for their favor on the attacker side. And you know, it's still too soon to tell, but I am to venture a guess that that Lotus might just be attacker-sided with the way that these games go, and because the retakes are so difficult. So you really have to, you know, plant your flag defensively, which is why I think, you know, agents like Killjoy are that much more viable on these types of maps.
Killjoy, very good. You mentioned previously throughout the day that Killjoy has popped up as the main sentinel in a lot of different situations, and this is the reason why, right? Your ability to just control space by yourself is truly astounding. To get most Killjoys I know are very mechanically gifted as well. So that on its own lends itself to a positive symbiotic relationship. But a gamble stack again for Filippo Berry. A spike needing to go down, and as it's looking around,
Yeah, and you know, this is the thing that I love about Lotus, or just new maps in general, is that we still don't know what the actual meta for this map is. So, you know, a lot of these players and teams, they're still trying to figure it out. So, you know, a lot of these compositions are pretty experimental, except for Breach. I feel like Breach is the viable initiator here on Lotus, so that pick does not surprise me at all. But what does surprise me is Philip O'Barry coming in with 2 early picks and will already get that spike down on A.
They managed to find them so fast here as well. It was a rush. It was a rush past all the possibilities for what could have possibly stopped them. And instead,
Player standing.
now with Philip O'Berry, he loses the ultimates. The Red Thunder does go out, but they get pushed again. No shot. The Palisades are playing this solidly. The Molly isn't actually touching him. He gets the defuse. He gets it.
Like, they had to be perfectly in between both of those nades. They had to just be like a sliver of open space, because it felt like those two mollies were really close to one another. But regardless, they narrowly get away with the victory there in round number 11. And now we're heading into round number 12. And the Palisades looking pretty strong on defense, as it will be the attackers to take a timeout.
As well, now looking over onto East Mac versus Geringer on Icebox. Now, from what I see of the comps, right, this time, like, no Yoru, nothing crazy that does stick out. I believe that is the chamber that we have there as well. Outside of Geringer, it's 2v1. Geringer does not have Spike. So, it's only a matter of seconds before this game does end up being over. And there we go.
Enemy remaining.
That's Ox. Yeah, that's I'm gonna say Oxygen on that. But Oxygen, it's taken down.
You see, just because, like, I'm a buffoon, I'm like, I would just go and say ox gun and just stick it, you know, like, much like how
Nice.
just much like the spike or the defuse, you just got to stick it. Oxygen, it's oxygen. I'm sure that's what it is, but, you know, just because I like to have fun, that's what I would say. But this is interesting because, you know, we see the chamber pick on Icebox, and again, I am convinced that chamber has been nerfed out of the meta. However, if you are going to bring chamber into the mix, Lotus is actually the map to do it, for the same reason Breach is the meta initiators, because there are so many walls, so many corridors, so many angles. The rendezvous actually comes in clutch, because you can literally rendezvous from one room to a completely different room. There are so many walls and barriers in the way that chamber actually has a footing on Lotus.
But the thing with chamber as well too is that because you don't have 2 trips anymore, right? So you're more than likely looking to hold either super far on site, or you can't even too far for actual trip here either. So it can put him at times in a pretty precarious position. It's supposed to make a choice of either fight or lose the util in terms of the connector sensor. Fortnite, though, unfortunately falls, as it's still centering around C, like you're saying, playing around the mound, but they cannot get past the mound.
Mound is meta. And I promise you, like we have seen with map reworks with Fracture, don't be surprised if we get one for Mound. I can just see it coming, but I gotta tell you, I don't think Firefang saw that one coming from Hanny.
No, not at all. No, and Chromatic starts things off with a 3K. There's one person left. They are concussed. Honey perhaps can hold them off. No shots to be had, and the smoke's there, contributing to a complete lockout and an 8-4 half.
Yeah, well, there you have it. You know, again, it's not a 9-3 curse, but it's not that bad either, considering that, you know, for the most part, from what we have seen so far, with the little information that has been given about Lotus, it does seem as though that Lotus is an offensive-sided map. So if you're able to come away and get 8 defensive wins, that is not a bad start to, you know, go into the second half with.
Agreed. Because the Palisades get this pistol, then suddenly they put themselves in a very, very good position and made a case to clear out the actual map. But we've seen that POB as well, you know, they've gotten a few really confident rounds themselves. But this pistol will spell a lot of the story. On to C we go. The mound is not even an obstacle for anyone here, as they're now to play on site. Brimstone stuck by himself as he catapulted through the rest of the C's up, but A good peek out. Looking 1 for 1. As Seven has to back away, but Golly
Down. C.
has the upward angle and nails down 3 very, very efficiently.
Yeah, that they do. And that's going to be it for the first pistol round here in the second half, as it will be a Philip O'Barry to take the first win. And you know what? They did it spectacularly, because C is the most vulnerable, given that it is the hardest to retake, but that's why you have to double down on the C site, because it may be difficult to retake, but it is just as difficult to plant it. So this is a site where you cannot rely on the retake. You have got to play your defenses immediately, which is why they have that KJ solo anchoring the C site, because they know KJ can lock down any site all by themselves.
And this is what we're talking about with the potential of POB. Now on their bonus themselves, we'll see if Palisades can perhaps cause them some trouble, but I do not believe so, I would say. Because the spread even themselves right now for POB, right, they have it so that's pretty evenly, with the Astra being the floater between B and C, and knowing between A and B, I should say. I would kill Drew on C, yet that'll make entering the exact situation and trouble that they had last round.
And you see, this is really interesting to me, just because we see Viet with the Marshall here. And you know what? Again, I get you want to check these long sight lanes here, but you're on the offensive side of the spike. So Philip O'Barry doesn't have to check sight lanes. You know, they don't have to push you. So the fact that you're bringing a Marshall onto the offensive side of the spike just makes me a little hesitant, and especially when you're putting them on a Brimstone of all things. But I guess if you were to put the stem beacon down with the Marshall, it could be a deadly combination. But so far, it is not going the way of the Palisades.
No, it is not. But naturally, we know that with the save they currently had, all they were hoping to get was maybe a couple picks here or there, hurt the eco POB, but they may not necessarily even happen. As now they look to go on to B. It's 20 seconds. If they can delay the plant on POB, they don't have to win the round, but I don't think it's going to happen. A lot of damage to go down. And there we go. Easy does it.
Yeah, and nothing too surprising either. I mean, that's what happens when you get the luxury of winning the pistol round. You more often than not will get the round that follows. But with that being said, we should be heading into our first full buy. But you got to keep in mind, though, the Palisades did spend a little monies. Not a lot, but a little in that last round. So they should just narrowly come out with a full buy here. But you can still see 3/4 shields on their side.
Okay, interesting. Palisades, I believe they had probably invested into full econ, right? So that's what they got to pretty much full save up as of right now. Making things a bit tougher. Eyes flash, close corners, and going past this fake as well. Good calms and good calls by Fortnite. So the Palisades look to rush in, going on to A. Only catching one is tough, but we'll see what the rest end up getting. Oh my god, Davey just could not even believe the amount of people who wanted to say hi to him. Way too popular.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah, definitely the popular kid in school. Meanwhile, you can see Chromatic over here towards A main. Just going to be checking out the sight lanes just to enjoy the view and appreciate all this wonderful architecture that Lotus has to offer. Meanwhile, you can see Philip O'Barry coming around the long way, looking for a read here, checking their corners. Very well done. And we'll pick up one elimination. Fade is able to even the odds here. Now we have a 3v3.
No shot's gonna happen. Palisades played this so good at the beginning, but they go right into Viets. Almost, or pretty much just 2v1. And honestly, this might be the case of why the Phantom is just superior, Cap. As I am a Vandal enjoyer, but I think the Phantom's making good case for itself.
Hey, that was a spicy take. I'm gonna let you know right then and right now. Okay, my lips are tingling just because of how spicy that take is. Because I'll give it to you that the Phantom might be more viable on Lotus because the Phantom has a higher rate of fire with less damage, making it a lot more versatile when you have to move, when you have to rotate, when you find yourself in close quarters or rounding corners. and such. However, when you get to more of an integrated map that has longer sight lanes, the Vandal reigns supreme. Being able to cover long sight lanes, it's going to be Vandal all day. So I will give it to you. I think it's a 50-50 split between the Vandal and the Phantom as far as viability goes. It just depends where you are and on what map.
Very true. As Pearl, I may not be a Phantom enjoyer, but that doesn't matter right now. Oh! Rush in, no tag to be found for Firefang. As half the players are just meandering around smokes. Spike, oh, nice flash to go out, but the timing there from Fortnite too. To just make sure that he takes the fight just in case. That'll leave them in a 5v2.
Yeah, this is going to sound interesting because there's nothing I can't stand more than getting taken out by a stinger. You know, stingers, to me, is what garlic is to vampire. Don't like this. It's not going to be the Stinger that gets the dub. It's actually going to be the Phantom coming in clutch for Palisades, as now they find themselves in the double digits.
Palisades were hoping to get this in their previous starts. As of right now, we'll look towards the game going on the other side here. In fact,
which should not be Palisades or Philip O'Berry, if I'm not mistaken.
That is indeed correct, my friend. We'll get that updated for you all. There we are. That was Eastbeck versus Geringer on Icebox that was going on. But it'll leave them now in a position where where Palisades all buys across the board, the guess on the wall bang, and that's just conditioning there, baby.
Oh, that was pretty. Oh, that was absolutely lovely. I mean, that was a great read. And to be honest, again, I'm taking notes. Next time I'm on Lotus, I'm going to be spraying up those boxes. Meanwhile, Golly's stepdad will be gunned down. And now it is all about this 3v2 retake getting ready to go underway for Philip O'Berry.
How does L4 get two there, man? They literally just rushed at him. He has this sheriff. That's so disgusting. But the flank coming out from Hani to he saw two, but only one more needs to be taken. The Phantom to go out and let go. Take theirs.
Yep, that they do. And you know what? Just take a quick look over here at some Smash Brothers. We got Ness taking on Icarus. It took me a moment there. I almost said
Icarus, though.
Yeah, I almost said another mythological figure, but it was in fact Icarus. And I haven't seen Icarus in Lord knows how long. Honestly, I thought they were out of Smash. That's how long it's been since I've seen Kid Icarus being used in a competitive setting.
Wait, I know the game is called Kid Icarus. Isn't he Pit?
Yes, I just like to call them Icarus because I guess you could say I'm a mythology nerd.
That's fair. That's fair. Have you ever played any of the Kid Icarus games?
I have not. I was not a DS person. I didn't have a DS, but I did have. I wasn't really much of a mobile gamer, to be honest with you. And the one portable I did have was a PS Vita.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, Assassin's Creed Liberation was on there, and it had my favorite assassin ever, Aveline de Grompe.
One bad opinion after another.
What? Oh my god, no. Okay.
Yikes.
Let's get back to Valorant. This is getting spicy in the booth.
Yeah, we got the Palisades going on. Lockdown there, so that's not going to destroy. They're going to have to use the orbital strike to commit a lot, but they've already lost two while the spike is sticking down. So now we're down to delay tactics once again. Two on site. Op shot misses. Lego pushes, and a take two. 3v2 right now on the site. Nice little shot. Fortnite doing the most and continuing to play off the flashes that he currently got. Woo!
And honestly, that was a tough confirm. And the reason being is because, you know, we talk about C being so hard to retake. A, also pretty difficult to retake. Well, let me tell you something. B is one of the easiest retakes in Valorant, in my not-so-professional opinion. Because B has 4 entryways. It is easy to get the spike down, but it is hard to keep it down once you're on that B site because you are literally having to guard from every angle, north, south, east, and west. Every angle is covered when you're going on to B.
That is exactly what we want, right? Because with B, right, you can compare to B on Haven, but just with the elevation and, you know, all the angles that you can just have to control and try to play off of, makes it a lot more interesting. Nonetheless, we're on A as of right now. And here to go in, Seekers find one, we can 1-for-1. Nice flash from the breach, still staying alive for a couple more seconds. They find the flank on the Yoru, but it'll still make it now a 1v4. Firefang nowhere to go. They use a Nightfall to simply close everything out. The Fade is caught by the Fade himself. And they went for the knife. Oh, okay.
Attackers win.
All good.
Oh yes, all grand there as they do pick up the win on Lotus. And again, almost confirming that Lotus is somewhat attacker-sided.
A little bit. Or maybe it's just a fun game. We can focus on it later as we got Esports versus Geringer. Alright, so it's 5v5, a lot available for the side of Esports, who did quite well previously in the show match that we had last week. But the defense that they're putting up is pretty ironclad. There's no way Geringer even has a chance to get some sort of advantage sightline. That was on his pickoff, but they gotta rotate back to A.
Yep, that they do. And look at this. Ice Spicy gets picked out. That would have been the, like, gnarliest flank. They were there and waiting. Ever so patient, too. Just, like, stone-faced discipline. Waiting for that peak. And then when it comes, they get just one-clicked.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. And later not a 3v3. Big man looking to go out and plant, but... yeah, that gets stuck up top. And now with 9 seconds left, Geringer barely got the spike down. Blastrom not put out, Catch finding one, Nightfall there for support. Blades go wide, but it matters not. East Mech still good on the retake.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you know what I'm having fun with today? Just because we got to see South Mech, North Mech, East Mech, and now I'm just waiting on West Mech. I'm waiting for the final four, for the final fourth, for it all to come together, and then I'm hoping once we do get all four of them together, we unlock something. I don't know what it is, but once you get all the mechs together, it should unlock something. That's usually how my gamer brain operates.
A big mech.
A big mech!
They're all part of a giant Gundam. That's it.
Yes. Oh my god, yes, that would be amazing.
I hope that's true. Either way, it's a fun start off, but at least not for Geringer. They've got 4 ultimates to be had. The res could be clutch. Gonna leave them thinking once again in a situation where East Mech very far forward, but they're now seeing and hoping that once it all subsides, they should be able to walk in, but then they'll command it as well. And a lot of time is being ran out for the clock for Geringer.
That it is, but they still have plenty of time to rotate if they so choose to. Meanwhile, you do see Angelia able to get at least one pick for the road, but this is a huge flank coming from Nice Koi, who is able to get 2 just on this one flank. And now Cheeto fan kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here as they don't know exactly where the flank's coming from.
No, but now they find out right on time as Isakoi takes the 4K. With East Mech looking to put things on a 10-2 half. They at least have buys on the side of Geringer, which aren't too bad, but yeah, it's not amazing. As we got Lucas versus King DDD. Man, DDD is just too big, bro. He's too slow and too big. I don't like him.
I mean, I'm not a fan of DDD either. He's a true heavy. I will say at least that much. But when you're talking about the big heavies, I mean, at least in this scenario, I feel like they do have an advantage against Luca, just because I don't know. I just feel like Luca going up against DDD is just a little too squishy, and all it really takes is just 1 or 2 solid openings for DDD to take advantage.
Speaking of openings, that's one for Angelia. Ooh, on another good start. The wall they were already on site. I respect the attempt, but that wasn't going to happen at all. 2 take it away. And now Geringer finally looking to get a route for themselves. Now with this end off here, oh yeah, she could get the spike down. Oh, that's so unfortunate, but it'll matter or not. As I was wrong about 10-2, this should be a 9-3.
Hey, little homie did his job, okay? He went in there, he was putting the spike down, and he drew fire. So then they knew exactly where the shots were coming from. They were able to put it into the opposition and then plant the spike successfully themselves. So Wingman definitely came in clutch, man.
Wingman is my goats, but I think, yeah, it'll another day before we manage to see more of the Wingmans do his thing. So today will not be that day. That's okay. I'll lay it now for Ace-Mech and Geringer. We'll see if Geringer can get a pistol to equalize and hope that, you know, some sort of voodoo curse is eventually on their side.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be any voodoo curse on their side. All I know is that Nice Koi on the side of East-Mech has a 20 bomb already, and we're just starting the second half. I mean, they got 21 on the board, and the way that they're playing, I don't know. They very well could drop a 30.
Did we see the 30 on the last map? I feel like we did, right?
I don't recall. I feel like they were just there but didn't get it.
Yeah.
But Captain do be capping, so I could be mistaken.
Fair enough. I mean, my memory isn't what it used to be, you know, is when I was younger, personally.
Were you British when you were younger?
I hope so. I really hope I was.
He got lost on platform 9 3/4.
I really hope I'm able to. I just lost the accent. That's all it is, dude. Yeah. Either way. 5-on-5. Ooh, Cheeto fan with a nice shot from long range on mid. Catch one. I don't know how Cardio actually gets one there. There were 4 people. A little bit ridiculous, but it's the living Geringer, right? With the man advantage as they head on in. East-Mech gets the plant down, though. Oh, the ponytail's up top. Yeah, this should be Geringer's pistol to win.
It very well should be, especially when you get reads like that, and why not some hardcore parkour coming from Angelia, being able to go up on the ice wall and then work their way around ropes. Meanwhile, Cat, the lone Viper, coming from East-Mech, will try and hold their own. They do get one head click, and they didn't stick Spike, but Cheeto Fan was able to get that final elimination, and they they got plenty of time. That is going to be a round win for Garinger.
Cat actually almost had that too. It was a little bit tough. Which is also why I'm a big Ghost hater personally. I think it's really bad sidearm, probably the worst sidearm in my opinion. But that's just, of course, me. I think it's bad because you gotta just stand still and just shoot and hope your opponent doesn't have a frenzy or something. By the way, I digress. Yeah.
That's okay. That's the same way that I stand my ground on the Stinger. I think the Stinger, for what it's worth, economically speaking, is the worst purchase to make in the game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know what? I think we've established and seen that you might be the biggest Stinger hater, which is fair.
Oh.
Yeah, Stinger bad, understandable.
All right, well, here we are. We're getting round number 14 underway. East-Mech still with a 5-round lead, but a Garinger making a slow and steady comeback here. As now, once again, East-Mech will go on to the attack and have not found a win since they got on the offensive side of the spike. Let's see if they can rectify that here and now.
Viper wall is still up. Should be looking to drop it any second now, too. But not from here. They're not going to use they're not going to use any sort of cover to look to get the plant down. Sage's still alive, but Angelia pops out of the wall. That's 3. Take it. Make that 4 almost. I was auctioning leaving. I spicy last one left. They get the plant money, but nothing else.
Yeah, well, at least they got that. You know, as long as you're getting the spike down, you get that chunk of change. Because let's keep it honest, you know, they're not exactly expected to win this gun round regardless, just because, you know, they're stuck with the pistols. And now things are going to get a little bit more into their favor, as they will be able to come through in the bonus round with the full rifle buy. So again, Phantoms and at least one Vandal, full shields all around. Meanwhile, for Garinger, they're going to have to come up with somewhat of a half buy this time around.
yeah, it's not great, but because this player had, you know, following through and flowing over from the previous round, and it just wouldn't make sense to buy as it was a flawless naturally. So Eastmac naturally, Eastmac essentially does have a little gun advantage. They also have a free orb here too. No one's gonna challenge them for this, so they can just take however they want. The wall has spaces here as well. So if they shoot down just one block, they have a clear entryway onto the site. However they do so, where's Cheeto Fan though? Unfortunately caught. Now Eastmac start things off to get mid control. Angelia again though, doing the most for the rest of the team. A spike now goes down, and there's the Empress also popped.
Yeah, meanwhile, you do have Oxygen around the spike, who does get a read, but they can't confirm the elimination, and that's really what the side of Eastmech needed. It was to really just get the spike down as soon as possible, so that way they can just simply hold off this retake. But meanwhile, Angelia just absolutely popping off, getting a limb after a limb, and now Ice Spicy will fall to Angelina as well, as the retake will be successful coming from Garinger.
Angelia and Oxygen in back-to-back rounds. Save it again. Bringing things back in such a huge way. Where the pop out through mid, getting the trade as well, maintaining the control, and then from there too, just making sure that you just run on in. The Empress doing so much work where now Eastmech are forced out to save again.
Yep, that they are, and this honestly should be somewhat of a, I don't want to call it a gimme round, but that's what I feel like it is for Garinger, just because they did force that last round win off of, you know, the buy-up coming from East Mech. But, you know, they do have a little bit of an arsenal on their side. You got a couple of Sheriffs, you have the Aries, you do have one Stinger, so who knows, maybe they can make a lot happen with just a little.
Oh, the Armadillo catching the Sequoia, but maybe they might be able to get something. It might be tough, especially if Karyu just does that. Man, Garinger's looking just so much better on the defense so far. Maybe they were just a defensive side of the team. Maybe that's all it took.
Well, maybe, but we will see if East Mech can get, because you got to keep in mind, East Mech still has not gotten a round win since we have gotten into the second half. Like, they are still, you know, scoreless here in the second half. But, you know, this is going to be yet another attempt here at the rifle round. And again, a full buy coming from both sides. So I think if East Mech is going to hold on to their lead, they have got to get their first round win here and now.
They need something to start things off just to stop the bleeding, because they are in that ping pong economy, amigo. So that'll leave them in a position where Garinger, if they get this round, they can easily catch on up with back up 9-9. And what was a 9-3 half.
And now you can see nice Koi over there towards mid, and it's going to turn right into an Odin coming from Cheeto Fan, and that's going to be an early pick. And now Rishi able to find one of their own with the Gecko, and this is just an absolute slaughter right now onto East Mech.
Angelia, again, clearing out the rest of the site. Cat to finally get one, but a spike in their hands. Can they possibly clutch the question? Is it 1v4 and they're going to get cut off by the Sage? Yeah, Ox is right outside. Easy? Yeah, that's it.
Battle Sage there waiting on the flank, and then of course Cat was already at half health, so all it really took was one solid shot to the chest, and that's all it took to get that final elimination. And now Garinger within striking distance, only one more round going their way, and we have ourselves a tie game.
And the buy as well too from the side of East Mac, right, isn't like super great. They're choosing to force up just a little bit here, so that might have repercussions for the rest of the game if they do lose this round here again. And it's not even like they have any sort of extravagant ultimates either. They have Empress Pit. They're one way from pretty much everything else. But Garinger also has the exact same tools to capitalize on. Wall goes up to cut out through mid and nest, so they have the cover there. But currently, they're giving me the site. Garinger's going to play for a retake.
Now, you see, that's not a bad strat, but when you're going up against the Viper's Pit, you know, that could definitely come back to bite you, because more often than not, you know, you can play for retake, and, you know, more often than not, it will be successful. But the problem is that now you have this Viper's Pit to work with, but luckily, once again, Angelia just doing Angelia things and finding frags in the middle of nowhere.
Seriously impressive stuff, right? Angelia, both Oxygen, like we were talking about previously. 2 rounds they've had which they brought things back in 2v4s and more. But finally, that factor being removed could be exactly what Esports need to keep themselves alive. The stake part to get 2, they're pretty much probably at 1 health. And to leave Geringer by himself, Cheeto fan will save.
Honestly, I could have swore I saw the chamber. Oh, there goes the Odin. You ain't saving nothing. But I could have swore I saw a chamber, you know, going in for the defuse. And whenever I saw Angelia and Oxygen go out, I really thought Cheeto fan was sticking it. But no, they were forced to back off there. And that was a much-needed victory coming from Esports because, like you said at the beginning of the round, they threw everything they had left, including the kitchen sink, going into that last one.
And we're hoping to see if there's any more taps or water left in that sink. Or is it just that garbage disposal that we're looking at?
Oh, there goes Armadillo. No more Dizzy for you, as they weren't really able to find anything. No one gets blinded. And now out goes the KO ult as well. They should be able to clear sight immediately. And now already they do get 1 trade, and let's take another, as the ice wall does go out, and now the spike will go down as well on the A site.
That is what I'd like to see as well. Do not give Angelia those icy 1v1s. That has been how they managed to capitalize on the weaknesses of Esports, right? Where finally they're not doubling up and ensuring that they're able to take sites confidently and now hold them down. We're on a 2v4. There were no viable ways to walk in, but now an aggressive push out and peeking around corners. It's Geringer and Esports. Oxy sees 1, but the Sage battle will be won by Esports.
And again, Esports literally are just rolling the dice here because that was the second time in a row they went in with a force buy. And the second time in a row, they came out on top. And now for the first time in what feels like a while, they have a little purchasing power. They have some extra credits to work with here. So they should have an advantage going into this next round, and they should be able to put themselves onto match point. But in the meantime, let's check in on some Smash.
We got Joker versus Mario here. I haven't seen the Joker in a while here either. I remember he was subbing it, and then just now, not so much.
Oh yeah, that was a long time for a while where Joker was the meta, but they have since then fallen out the good graces of, you know, a lot of competitors, but they're still very much viable. A lot can be done with this character.
I agree, and especially like how as power charges up, it gets fun, especially when he gets his little homie with him. But Mario, I find, is grossly underestimated. Because our buddy's actually a Mario main, and at times when he's playing with stage control, it just seems like I can't do anything to him.
And you know, I can't help but agree with you just because I've seen like recent power rankings of a lot of the Smash characters, and more often than not, I'll see Mario around the C+, B- tier. And I feel like Mario's honestly A tier, to be completely honest with you. I feel like they're one of the meta brawlers in Smash. So it's crazy to me to think that they're so underrated.
Res up right now for Geringer, but for Esports, I should say, but Geringer is well having a lot of tools up to their arsenal. And Esports also do desperately need this round if they are to continue the momentum back in their hands. But 1 shot, that's all it takes for Roxy. Past the flash, full blind, and Slim manages to get it. And as the rest go down, it's risky to walk in. Esports out of the open, past the spike, they couldn't reposition.
That was an absolutely insane retake just because they didn't lose anyone in the crossfire. Now look at Wingman. We get to see the Wingman defuse. Finally, there it is. We got to see it, Ravish.
Woo! All right. I like that. Which they could have all defused, but I like that they let little homie defuse as well. Makes my heart happy. And for Esports, again, right? I think what all it's coming down to is these post plans. They are pretty good about ensuring that, you know, ice spike goes down, but Geringer has recognized his pattern, and they're seeing it's all good. was let them kind of walk in. And at certain points, they do over-aggress to push Geringer back, and they end up losing 2 there, which really puts them in such an awful detriment where they have to split apart how they want to play, and they can't cover all the angles they want to either. Leaving them 2 rounds away from possibly winning, or Geringer 2 rounds from tying things up.
And you know what? I have an interesting question for you, just because, neither of us have really gotten a lot of time to play Gecko because of the insta-locks. But, when Wingman goes for a defuse, does Gecko still get the special orb that you get for defusing the spike? Does that go to Gecko?
Yeah, it should, right? It's just like, because think about it like this. If your Molly, kills somebody, right, do you still get the ult port, right?
This is true.
Same thing. Big Nightfall, though, catching 3 towards mid. But the wall doing more than enough work as we finally get Thrash. All right. Ah, he's gone.
Hey, Thrash can still get caught up in the ice trap, too.
Yeah, you're right. I'm kind of sad, but it's all good. It's all good. But nonetheless, I don't need them to just defuse. They don't. They're defusing. What?
Hey, that was Lil Homie that got that. That was the Wingman. The Wingman got the defuse. They threw Wingman out and they threw down an orb, which is what I was saying would be such an insane combo, and also reason why I think Harbor would be a great pairing with Gecko, because if you can get Wingman on the defuse and throw down the Cove orb that actually has additional shields on it, then that is going to be even more viable. But right now we're going to see a timeout now coming from East Mech.
Yeah. Ace Mac, gotta, just talk about those past few rounds a little bit, because they've been doing so well so far, and I think they've got to reposition and see how exactly they can look to close out the game if they can. And the last, we're now on to Roy versus Mario. I like Roy, I would say. It's fun.
Oh yeah, that's our boy Roy. And again, you got to keep in mind, this is not only like one of the meta sword users, but this is also the beefiest sword user, except for Ganon, but because Ganon technically still a sword user, which I'm not opposed to. I actually love it. But Roy, definitely a lot beefier than most of their sword counterparts.
Which I'm a big fan of. Nice counter, timed that perfectly. At least give us a bit of a stock advantage, but I don't. Yeah, there was okay. All right, cool. Reset. All right, good reset, good reset.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Regardless, it is going to be, once again, a 1 stock advantage for Mario, who, need I mind you, in case some folks at home might have missed it, Mario actually was able to take the dub last round over Joker. So, honestly, they should be on a good footing here going up against Roy.
I agree. But we'll have to find that out a little bit later on. For now, they're making a 4v4. Rest still available too on both East Mech and Geringer side if they want to use it. But Angelia with the Empress has been the biggest detriment to come about for East Mech. As soon as the power buff is there, then it just seems as though they seem unstoppable.
And now they're going to have to force this rotation all the way back around, but there should be someone there in the mid to intercept. You can see Oxygen there just waiting, in the Valorant timing has them peak right after East Mech get past that midfield lane, but regardless, a B site definitely well taken care of by the side of Garinger.
Spike should be secured. Easy as this is now we're down to 3v5 again. What? Oh. See, so you gotta face away from the wall just to make sure that the section doesn't actually fall, which is unfortunate, but all good.
Yep, and now you can see Rishi again gonna be throwing out the little homie, throwing out Wingman to try and stick this defuse, and is going to be drawing a lot of that fire, revealing their location, and they will be dealt with just as quickly. And now, once again, thanks to Gecko, there's going to be another round win going the way of Garinger. And just like that, Ravish, we have a tie game.
One after the next. I mean, we already did mention before, Garinger looked much better on the defense from what we witnessed so far from both these teams. And a lot more confident, too, just naturally so, as we see. Oh, Mario did manage to win against Roy. Shout out to him. Either way, but it'll leave them now. Expect the timeout. Like, homies. thought we had a plan, but seems as though it's not coming to fruition, sadly. Because I think they gotta stop losing people at the beginning of the game, and things should go better.
Yeah, and Ravish, I think you'll be interested to know that Angelia currently passed a 30 bomb. They have a total of 34 eliminations going into round 23.
Yeah. That is wildly impressive, especially considering the first half that they did have, right? I mean, the 9-3, it was very dominant half as well from Eastmac. Hey, but hey, Icebox is a defensive side of maps. What can I say? Spread so far, still concentrated all towards A. Chamber watching miss. He's nobody cross here. The Sage here as well to put the wall a little bit early on to cut that off as an option, but now that's all gone and Garen should all rotate over.
Yeah, well, there you go. You see the ice wall does, in fact, go up. And you know what? Again, you know, this is what makes Viper so viable onto this map, too, is because that wall bought them so much time just to make sure they were able to successfully stick that wall. Meanwhile, you do see that nice Koi does get traded out, and it's going to be a 4v3, now making a 4v2 advantage for Garinger.
Angelia racking up the kills. Icebox movement stuck in the corner, too. Oh, finds that, but did actually check it. That could have been game saving us right now. It's one person left. It's Ice Spicy. And they barely had two people. So that'll work out. They'll get the defuse. It's Garinger now on the advantage position.
Yep, that they are. They're on match point, and they managed to take this. What was it? I think it was an 8-4 split, or was it a 9-3? I want to
9-3.
9-3. So maybe, just maybe, the 9-3 curse voodoo magic isn't at play here because Garinger only one round win away from taking and stealing this game from Eastmac.
Entirely possible, my friend, but as things look circle out for themselves, like you're saying, it looks grim right now for Eastmac. They have Viper's Pit and Res still, and one of them no command. Their buys aren't amazing, but they'll have to do. As you look at Garinger, who can probably use the Viper's Pit pretty early on just to cut off A as an option, I'd say.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Big flash.
Oh, yeah. And again, Dizzy just doing Dizzy things, being able to get that early blind. But again, not much doing because they were blinded before they even, you know, peeked down lane.
Yeah, there was pretty much completely stopped there. And instead, Garinger decide they know where they're at. They know that they're all coming. So it's a full retake situation once again. Viper's Pit put out by Eastmac. I wonder if we go to OT here. They see one. Yeah, Nisakwe forced to drop off.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough retake, especially considering Garinger already one player down. Now making two, and it's Angelia of all that get knocked, and now only one player remains. It's Rishi, who is going to have to make a miracle happen if they're going to stay alive. But no, Ravish, just like that, after 24 rounds, we're going to overtime.
Eastmac finally manages to push themselves to one more round after what was literally, yeah, like 10 rounds in a row for Garinger that they took on. And OT up next. Full buys across the board, no ultimates, and a Viper's Pit on the site is all it took. These are sometimes the downsides of play retake.
Yep, all I have to say is good luck to all, as now things are going to get a little more hectic as we are officially into extra rounds. And it looks as though we are going to see the side of Garinger back on the offensive side of the spike. And as you had mentioned earlier, Icebox is defensive-sided, so whoever is going to be able to get an offensive win first is going to be able to get the huge advantage here in OT.
A lot slower this time around for Garinger. It was a very rough attacking half of themselves, but this is perhaps where they can look to regain, because it will just be a game, an OT of whoever wins their attacking half. Simply it.
Yeah, and the reason that they're playing very, very cautiously is because they know what's at stake here. There's a lot of them on the line, and one small mistake is very punishable, which is why, you know, they're playing slow. They're looking for an early pick, and if they can get that pick, then that's just going to make their job that much easier when trying to find themselves on a plant site. And now you can see all the orbs, the smokes, and the walls will be going up to force the issue here on A.
But Morris will be taking a lot of firepower there, but a 2v3 is right now. Nice out and spray. Cat cleared open angle. Even Rishi alone once again. That's Eastmech who get the defensive round.
Oh, absolutely. But the question is, can they get the job done on offense? That seems to be the problem with both of these teams. They manage to come through on the defensive side. They hold on strong. And then on the offensive side, they begin to struggle.
Yeah, that has been the trend for both these teams. So now we'll see. Eastmech, they had the attacking half. They did finally get the attacking round last time. Although, albeit due to the help of Viper's Pit. But leave them now thinking in a 3-2 split where and what options do they currently have. Last game, Viper Wall is cut off all sidelines by Nest and by mid. And also towards Snowman here.
Okay, you see, I like this approach coming from Eastmech so far. They're able to throw out a little utility, right? The Viper's Wall. They're able to gun down the Ice Wall, taking care of it early, and now they're going for a fake. They're going to be rotating back towards A, and if for whatever reason they do have to rotate off A, they still have the Viper's Wall on B, so they even have a backup plan if all else fails here on A.
Speaking of failing, all the walls do end up dropping as Viper is suppressed. They see one up top and one below, and they decide, as of right now, it is a bit too busy here. They all have to rotate out and rush over. They could cut noise and double back to C1. Cheeto fan gone. A good start, but we'll just carry through.
I would hate to say that's predictable, but I really think Eastmech, like, just 100 IQ big brain played that. They knew someone was going to be there in the mid waiting to catch them in rotation, and I think they picked them out purposely. That was a fantastic rotation coming from Eastmech, and now they have the sight and they have the spike down on B.
Oh, a tough angle to shoot down on. Rishi finds there, and Angela still being alive makes it that much harder. Viper's Pit is currently there. Eastmech pop out. Bappo with 2. First game-saving play. There's looking to defuse. They get it to half as Leah finds one more. But there's now no more options to play offside. But they win the peak here, of course. They win this every single time.
That was a huge, huge play. And again, the wingman coming in clutch for Garinger, getting it halfway just because, you know, they are able to really kind of make the most out of that clock. And when it came time to finally get the 2-piece to get the double K, the double elimination at the end, they still had plenty of time to get the rest half. So again, the wingman drawing a lot of that fire. And, you know, for the first time, I think ever for me, in competitive play at least, I have seen a 40 bomb. Angela just dropped 40 in this map.
Yeah, it was. I find it quite expected, as they've been doing so much work. But that round, I definitely could have gone either way. But it's unlucky timings on 2 of those kills, and of course the dunk for the meat fight under the Belgian that we just saw as well, which was also nasty.
Well, here we are now, round 27, and neither team giving way. As they look to try and rotate yet again, trying to set up at least something for a possible ambush here over towards mid. But now out goes Viper's Wall, and the spike will be committed over towards this B site.
Have to get past the KO first. That was the thing. Basically far up, or moves all the way behind yellow. Both Lears put out. As Angelia just rushing through every piece of util that's currently there, knowing they're Reyna, so they'll more than likely be fine.
Yeah, and what was tough about that is not so much that, oh, you know, they unfortunately took some damage. I mean, it's Reyna. They can regen health. The problem is that they used both of their Lears in the process, so now they don't have any utility. And just like that already, you do see one trade going underway here as Angelia, of course, no surprise, is going to end up on the scoreboard. And I don't even think the spike has been planted. This is just pretty much a team deathmatch at this point.
Angelia at 30 health, missed the person up top by Nest, but still managed to win the fight. Now a 2v2 rush again, nice swing. Gonna make it a 1v2 by the end of it, and naturally, well, we're back again with a defensive round win for Eastmech.
Yeah, but hey, we gotta give EastMech credit. I think they have gotten the closest so far when it comes to offensive overtime wins. I mean, they were there. They even had the player advantage, but there's just something about Angelia that refuses to go down. Coming through yet again with just an insane amount of eliminations, but also got to give it up to Nice Koi. They just dropped their 30 bomb here.
Yeah, Nice Koi also popping off and catching up here too. I don't know if they'll be able to get 10 more in that time, but as of right now, Nice Koi looking across the entire landscape, seeing what they can find. EastMech 1-0 up, looking to win on their attacking round half and take this OT. But Icy goes by themselves on the ropes and gets caught out.
I'll be honest, that felt like a little bit of buffoonery. I don't know why the KO would take ropes by their lonesome. I don't know if they were going for a pick, if they were going for positioning, but regardless, they got gunned down in transit. And now, look at this. Coming from the side, it will be a Settles to get the read on Cairo. And now here comes Angelia coming to make a ruckus for the side of EastMech as the bomb or spike is already being defused.
Once again, it was an attempt, but they play so aggressive. There is a defusal to go again, but Oxy wins the trade up by Ness. That's one more. Rishi, last one left alive. Stuck in a corner. They push against him. It's a 1v1. He has no more time. The wingman cannot defuse anymore. He's still safe. He's just sticking it, but it's Cat to stop him. And finally, EastMech will win.
Yeah, finally, indeed, as they do manage to get the job done first here on the offensive side of the spike for the OT win. But what's interesting enough is that I was really expecting the snake bites to come out from that last Viper, but they didn't have any. And you saw for a moment they did take out their melee, trying to get a cheeky limb, but they didn't have the time. They took the safe route and just simply ended it then and there.
Yes, sir. Yes, they did. That actually ends most of our segment for the day. We do still have some more Smash action coming up for y'all. So we'll kind of do a quick break. And actually, I believe getting word that this might have been the last game of the day here, my friend. So I believe we're all about done.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me. Honestly, it has been an absolute blast being able to jump on the desk here, and of course, being able to sub in for a good friend of mine, Cute Noob, who unfortunately was sick today. So honestly, I hope that they feel better soon, and so that way they can come back and bring you some more of this awesome esports action that I have been privy to help and bring to you today.
Big shout out to all the production observers who helped out today. Thank you, of course, here, Kat, for coming on, and thank you all for watching. I've been Ravish, most ravishing on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.